If you all will please find a seat, we're ready to begin. Ow. This public hearing of Judson ISD is hereby called to order. I'm very pleased you've taken time to join us this evening. I extend a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and will you please mark your attendance. All right, here we go. So our first item on the agenda is acknowledgement of visitors and citizens to be heard, but no one is speaking on this particular item at this time. So we will move to the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas first presentation. Thank you. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. Each year we do a briefing on the Financial Integrity Rating System, and Mr. Guerra will speak to how we performed in our last one, which will be for the 22-23 school year, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, Mr. Guerra.
Thank you, Dr. Fields. Good evening, Ms. Knoyer and the rest of our board. So like Dr. Fields said, this is our annual financial report. It's the first rating that TEA has, and it's a Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, and it's kind of TEA's way of judging a school's financial integrity and see how we're doing as district statewide. So it started back in 2007, in 2001 in the 77th legislature, and they did it because they wanted schools to be more transparent with the public and with the board and with TEA. And they came up with a rating system that right now, currently there's 4 rating systems that they hold districts to. You have a superior achievement, you can get above standard, you can get meet standards, or you can get a substandard achievement. And they have letter grades for them now, which is A, B, C, and letter F. And if you have a substandard achievement rating, then you must file a corrective plan with TEA before you move forward with next year. So I'm happy to announce that this year, like last year and the year before, Judson ISD has a superior achievement, which is the highest grade you can get as a district. And Judson has it for the 6th consecutive year now. So what TEA does is they have different indicators, and it's been anywhere from 15 to 24 to 7, back to 20 to 22. They switch every year, and it's at TEA's discretion to pick the indicators that they choose for their criteria for the first rating. So I won't go over each one. Everybody has the questions, and it's available online as well. It's posted on our district website. I'll just kind of touch on a few of them here and there. It starts out with, obviously, the financial report is a big thing. We have independent auditors that come every year, and they look at everything we do financial-wise. They look at the books. They look at all of our programs, everything we do. And the first obvious question is, did we do the report? Was it completed on time? Was it submitted to TEA on time? And you can see it was yes. Was the report unmodified? Unmodified opinion means that the independent auditors didn't have to qualify or quantify anything they said. Everything they reported was unmodified and presented as they found it. Some of the questions, like this one says, were we complying with all terms of our payment and our debt? So did we make our payments? Did we pay everybody on time? Was everything done correctly? And yes, it was per audit. So it talks about our net position. The TEA comes up with a criteria where they want district to be in a certain range, and they have a ceiling that we have to pass, and the district passed the ceiling. So kind of the ones I want to talk on here is number 6 and 7, and there's one, I think, number 9 as well, where it talks about our fund balance and how we do as a district. In light of there being no change to the basic allotment in 5 years now, the districts are, like us, in a very peculiar positions with financing. So this one says either you have less than 25% decrease in your fund balance over the last 3 years, or you have 75 days of operating fund balance in your operating expenditure money in your fund balance. So you can pass either one, and we as a district passed both of them. So we would have passed on either one of them. 7 kind of correlates with it. Do we have cash on hand to cover these expenditures? Should we not get all our funding? Yes, we passed that as well. We have greater than 90 days. So it also measures our assets to our current liabilities. You can see they have criteria as well. They want to make sure that we have more assets than our liabilities. So you see we passed that criteria as well for having our assets higher. The next one you see our revenues, do our revenues exceed our expenditures? And with the deficit budget, they took that into consideration. So they say, well, do we still have at least 60 days of fund balance and to cover these daily expenses? And yes, we do. We exceed 165 days for the 22-23 school year. You can see some, like I said, they choose which ones they want to evaluate. 10 they did not evaluate. 11 talks about our current liabilities. Yes, we passed those. The correlation, this goes back with number 6 and 7 between our future debt requirements and our property values, and to make sure that we have as well. So we passed that ceiling, and we're doing good. 13 kind of talks about the administrative cost ratio, and that one's important because they want to make sure that we're not getting top-heavy administratively wise, whether it's central administration or if it's campus administration. There's a range they want us in, and yes, we passed the range as well. 15 is another one that they choose not to evaluate this year. 16 is our PEMS information. It's how we report all of our ADA and enrollment to the district, to the state for the district. And they want to see that we're within 3% of what we were, and our variance was less than 3% this year. 17 goes back again to the annual financial report through the auditors, and not only do they check that we're turning in everything on time, that we're doing everything in a good manner and submitting everything to the state, they also check that if there was any material weaknesses in the district, and there was no material weaknesses found. And the next one says, well, is there any findings of noncompliance with our federal funding? And there was no findings as well. 19, did we do everything in accordance with government law? And yes, the district has all it makes us post certain things on our website, and it checks it. Like I said, everything that TEA does from these 21 points this year, it's information that they give. We didn't submit anything to TEA this year. Everything they dig on their own, and they post it. And then they give us like a 2-month period to appeal a thing if we don't think one of our criteria didn't pass. But you can see we've passed them all this year. So again, this is a public meeting where we have to disclose the first rating to the public and to the board, so we're complying with that this evening. Part of the other thing we have to do is we have to supply the superintendent's contract, and it's on our website year-round, and you can see this is the link where you can get it as well, but you can just Google it on our website and find it. Another thing we have to disclose is reimbursements that are given to the superintendent and board members, so we list everything that we have for our board and our superintendent, and this is everybody there. Another thing we're required to disclose is if the superintendent does any kind of outside engagement where he's speaking or doing any kind of seminars or talking engagements, he's required to disclose that to the district, and there was none reported to the district this year. If there's any gifts received by any officer with the board or the board members, then that's more than $250 in an aggregate for a fiscal year, then we have to report that as well, and none were reported to the district. And the last thing we have to do is if there's any business transactions between Judson ISD and y'all as a board, that had to be reported as well, and there was no transaction between the board and the district this year. That's a brief synopsis of the first rating. If there's any questions, I'll take them at this time.
So this is a public hearing, and so members of the public are allowed to ask questions as well. But I'll poll my board members first, and then if there is somebody who would like to ask a question about what's been presented, you could make your way up to the microphone at the podium here while we're discussing. Board members, does someone have a question about anything that was presented in our first rating? Ms. Stanford?
So I see they don't give any points for having a balanced budget, right? They don't look at that. So the only place that's reflected is in our fund balance.
That's correct.
So how will it impact us if we go to an above standard or meet standard? At what point are we impacted in our bond rating?
It has a bearing, but the first rating is also based on our bond rating, so there's latitude when it comes to things like that. And like I said, that TA is aware and bond analysis aware, our underwriters are aware that when we're in a deficit budget and funding has not increased for the district, and they know that expenditures have gone, 28% in the last 5 years, that they understand that these criteria. So it doesn't affect us directly, and it doesn't affect their credit rating either when we're going out for refundings and for bond sales.
So having the 90 days is a benefit to us in our rating, if we can
Yes, absolutely.
keep it that. Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Go ahead then, Ms. Stanford, with your second question.
On the district's administrative cost ratio, what goes into those figures to where you come up with the ratio that you did at .06?
Well, it's TEA's ratio. We didn't come up with it personally. We can appeal it if we don't agree with the ratio. But what it is, it takes an account into our ADA and our staffing and how much we are compared employment-wise to student-wise. So there's a sweet spot they want us in, and we're in that.
So it's just a number of staffs, not, of employees, not salaries?
No, everything's factored in, absolutely.
Okay.
From salaries to expenses, everything is in that ratio.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there someone from the audience who was interested in asking a question? If not, then this public hearing is adjourned at 6:11 PM. And now I will call to order our regular meeting of the Board of Trustees at 6:11 PM. Thank you for joining us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we're here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We're not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the state government code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guests, you're welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. And if you will please mark your attendance again. Thank you. All board members are here. So our next item is invocation and pledge of allegiance. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Brooks?
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we gather tonight with hearts open to your guidance and wisdom. We thank you for the privilege and responsibility of serving the students, families, and staff of Judson Independent School District. Lord, we invite your presence into this room, asking you to lead us in unity and purpose. God, we pray for oneness because we know that you do not dwell in division. Though we may not always agree, let your spirit guide us so that we can move forward as one, united by a shared commitment to serve our community with excellence. Finally, as we approach the winter break, we ask for your protection over every member of the Judson ISD community. Shield our students from harm, refresh our faculty and staff with renewed strength, and grant our board rest and clarity as they seek vision for the district's future. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors led by the Judson High School JROTC Color Guard and instructor Colonel Mark Hyatt. Today's color guard is commanded by U.S. Guard Cadet First Lieutenant Steve Cervera, U.S. Flag Cadet Captain Eric Valdivia Kaler, Texas Flag Cadet First Lieutenant Brian Salgado, Texas Guard Cadet First Lieutenant Pearl Lucio.
Alert, alert, alert. Easy, alert.
Our pledge leader this evening is Daniela Moembo. Daniela is a 5th grade student at Mary Lou Hartman Elementary. She is an honor student who has been in the dual language program since kindergarten. As a tag student, Daniela excels in all academic areas and participates in many extracurricular activities. Daniela's outside interests include reading, drawing, and journaling. Thank you for leading us in the pledges, Daniela.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Harry, alert. Alert, alert, alert. Alert, alert.
You may be seated. If we could give a big round of applause to our pledge leader this evening, Ms. Daniela. Your family is here, very proud of you, as well as your principal and administrators. We have a certificate for you, if you could make your way up. Big round of applause for Daniela.
Great, and Daniela, why don't you stand one over? Good job. Let's get a little bit closer, Mr. Salinas. Sorry, I got a lot of instructions, right? 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you, Daniela. And if we could also recognize our JROTC color guard from Judson High School, if you could make your way back in. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Colonel Hyatt.
Fantastic. Make sure I can see you, Ms. Eaton. Okay, perfect. And everybody's looking at me. 1, 2, 3.
All right, we have several recognitions this evening. I'm sure that you noticed we had some very special guests greet you when you walked into the boardroom, and you were able to hear some beautiful Christmas carols from the Coronado Village Tuneful Toros Choir, accompanied by their teacher, Ms. Shelley Ascolesi. We just wanted to bring this wonderful group of young ladies and young gentlemen up here to recognize them and putting us in the Christmas spirit this evening.
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Perfect. Everybody look at me, and 1, 2, 3. Finish.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Way to go, Toro Choir. And continuing spreading the Christmas cheer, we would like to honor the talented winners of our Judson ISD Christmas card design contest. I would like to welcome in our elementary winner, Harper Bowie, 3rd grade at Rolling Meadows Elementary. Her teacher is Robin Rea, and you can see she did an incredible job with her artwork. Next, I would like to recognize middle school student Janessa Herrera, 8th grade student at Kirby Middle School. Her teacher is Miss Abigail Lania. And our high school winner, Mercedes Chavez, 11th grade student at Wagner High School. Her teacher is William DeLahaye. Each of these winners shines through their artwork and is a true testament to the dedication and creativity thriving within all of our schools. They will have their artwork shared with our community and across neighboring districts in our area. So it is with great pleasure to introduce our winners and show you their artwork. And we want to congratulate these students, and we express our gratitude for all they do and the teachers who lead and inspire them.
Here, and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and Miss Knoyer, can I have you go this way just a touch? There we go. And 1, 2, 3, everybody's smiling. Perfect.
Great work. Great work, ladies. All right, next I have a recognition from Veterans Memorial High School, and we are recognizing their cyber team with teacher Mr. Joshua Bailey. The Veterans Memorial High School Cybersecurity Program of Study is proud to announce the success of this team in the National Cyber League Fall 2024 season. Team members are Ashton Shirtleff, Jaden Turner, John Campos, Abigail Ferrer, Jared Campos, Nigel Badeo, and Gustavo Gerardo. And here's Mr. Bailey coming in with them. As they're getting settled in for their picture, just to let you know, out of 571 high school teams nationwide, Veterans Memorial High School ranked 8th and 79th overall out of over 4,000 teams, most of which are from collegiate institutions. Students delivered strong performances across multiple categories, including open source intelligence, password cracking, log analysis, network traffic analysis, forensics, so lots of other really impressive things, including web application exploitation. Veterans Memorial High School also earned 12th place in the Cyber Power Rankings, a nationwide measure of performance across all divisions. This recognition is a testament to the commitment of both the students and faculty, fostering innovation in cybersecurity and representing a proud milestone for the entire school community. We are so proud of your accomplishments.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, lots of pictures, thank you.
Thank you. Our next recognition is to celebrate the leadership of our energy management team. We have David Ayler and Andy Jimenez, and our Director of Maintenance, Chris Ramirez, and Assistant Superintendent of Operations, Daniel Brooks, to receive a check from Mr. Robert Olivares from CPS Energy. Can you all come in when you get a moment to squeeze by so we can recognize you and your leadership? The CPS Energy Demand Response Program is a voluntary program where customers can help protect the ERCOT and San Antonio electrical grids. In return for this participation, CPS Energy incentivizes customers such as Judson ISD. This year, as in many years, Judson was a top performer among other districts, and CPS Energy values the continued partnership, presenting a check of $151,199.26 for participation in the CPS Summer Demand Response Program. Thank you to this team's dedication to save energy for our district.
Over there, and everybody's looking at me. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations, thank you. We would like to also publicly express our deepest gratitude for the tireless efforts of the individuals who make our school communities thrive, our phenomenal parent-teacher organizations. PTO volunteers consistently go above and beyond, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to our schools. Each year, countless hours are poured into organizing events, fundraising, supporting teachers, and actively contributing to the well-being of our students. This evening, we would like to recognize 7 PTOs who have been nominated by their campuses. First, from Converse Elementary School, Sarah Gillett. From Crestview Elementary School, Amanda Poteet. From Elof STEAM Academy, Brandy Sauls. From Hopkins Elementary School, Sandra Hernandez. From the Fine Arts Academy at Olympia, Stephanie Tennis and Stephen Jassen. From Salinas Elementary School, Priscilla Suarez. From Judson Middle School, Amanda Marion and Lori Lerma. To all of our volunteers, and especially you representing your campuses tonight, we thank you for your invaluable time, your creative ideas, and your relentless spirit. You are the backbone of our school communities, and we are deeply grateful for your unwavering support of our students and staff.
You guys did a great job. Every side, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much. And finally, we have our Judson ISD Community Connections Award. This award honors a community partner that significantly impacts the school community through their dedication, collaboration, and innovation. This evening, we're honored to welcome Cynthia Martinez and Rachel Waymeyer, who will accept the Community Connections Award on behalf of the YMCA Camp Twin Lakes. Because of the hard work and dedication of the Camp Twin Lakes staff in conjunction with the Moody Foundation, hundreds and hundreds of Judson ISD fifth graders get to experience an overnight hands-on learning experience at Camp Twin Lakes for little to no cost to parents. They secure grant funds so that no matter what a family's financial situation is, all students are able to participate in this one-of-a-kind learning opportunity. The partnership between Camp Twin Lakes and Judson ISD began with one elementary school and has now expanded to 7. Besides the financial assistance to parents, Twin Lakes Camp often provides funding for transportation, saving the district money there as well. They also work with our teachers to provide lessons that align with the work they do every day. We are so grateful for this partnership, and we're glad to have you here tonight to recognize that as well. Thank you. Thank you. And that concludes our recognitions this evening.
The next item on our agenda is the public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that's open to the public under the Act is one that the public's entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting, so please make sure you've signed up for public audience if you have comments to present. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it'll be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's official formal grievance policy, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period, which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. With these cautions in mind, we'll now be glad to hear the general comments. The first comment I have is from Marilyn McKinney, and she is addressing Director of Elementary Curriculum and Legal Proceedings.
Good evening. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Merry Christmas.
I have a very vested interest in this particular post or this particular job. I'm a 46-year career teacher at the elementary level, all but 1 year. I taught high school French 1 year. 40 of those years, this is my 40th year in Judson. And so I have a very deep interest in who gets this position, because it may make my life much easier. I would ask one thing. This is the job description that was posted. And under experience, it says minimum of 10 years of successful teaching experience. I would like for you to qualify that as at the elementary level, because elementary is much, much different than secondary. And currently, in the cabinet and the administration, we have a predominantly secondary-oriented and background administration. And I think the elementary side needs to get a bit more say or recognition, because our job is different. It's the same at the same time as being very different. Ms. Knoyer, you know, it's a different breed of animal that we deal with. And that's basically all I'm asking, that you consider somebody who actually has the experience at the elementary level for when you fill this job. Thank you, and again, happy holidays.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Weekland to speak about JSTEM move to Kitty Hawk.
Good evening, Dr. Fields and the members of the board present tonight. 10 days ago, I attended an event at JSTEM where students presented their projects and made presentations to their audience. While walking around and learning about the impressive work these students had done, I began speaking with parents that night about tonight's vote and the proposal to move incoming students to a new campus. Shocking to me, none of the parents I spoke with knew anything about tonight's suggestions or proposal. Not one. It was later explained to me that the board had not yet fully communicated this proposal, as you didn't want to alarm parents about something that was only a recommendation at that point. Now, however, as I spoke to over 24 parents, with their children often standing nearby, I found that none of them were aware. Students were even brought to tears as they realized the positions that they had earned through hard work and dedication may be sacrificed if this proposal is approved tonight. One student told me, "I'm going to be the editor-in-chief of the yearbook." Another shared, "I just starting on the basketball team." These students, like so many others, have worked hard to earn their leadership roles and positions. They are leaders in their clubs, on their sports teams, and in their schools' bands, choirs, and orchestras. To take them away from their established routines and put them in a new environment where they will have to fight for their place among kids who have already built relationships with new teachers is unfair. Ripping students off the football field, taking away their band directors, and removing them from clubs like robotics is not only disruptive, it's setting them back. These are students who have invested 2 years of hard work and growth in their current school community. Placing them in a new school with a new set of challenges, new teachers, and new classmates is going to throw them off track. They deserve the chance to finish what they started in the environment where they've already begun to thrive. At last week's meeting, Dr. Fields promised that a survey would be sent out to students at JSTEM to gather their feedback and input. Yet my daughter, who I think will follow me, didn't receive a survey, nor have any of her friends. It feels as though you are moving forward with this decision without genuine community engagement, like an employer announcing layoffs on a Friday afternoon, leaving these impacted with no time to respond and no time to prepare. Your decision tonight to proceed with this vote without thoroughly informing the parents and gathering the input of the students as promised last week feels rushed, short-sighted, and ultimately inappropriate. I would also like to add that
I'm sorry, sir, but the 3 minutes is up.
Don't you
Thank
normally
you.
give a 30-second warning?
No, sir.
I've seen that before. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mercedes Weekland to discuss JSTEM move to Kitty Hawk.
Good evening, members of the school board, faculty, and community members. My name is Mercedes Weekland, and I'm a 7th grade student at JSTEM. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight because the decisions you make will directly affect me, my peers, and the future of our school district. I want to address something that has been very concerning to us as students, the lack of follow-through when it comes to asking for our feedback. As my dad said, we were promised a survey asking what we would want for the move. We never received that, and now you're making the decision tonight. While it's great to hear that student voices are important, it often feels like those words don't lead to action. For example, we were asked for our thoughts on the move to Kitty Hawk, but we haven't seen any effort to seriously consider what we have to say or follow up with us. How can the board claim to represent us if our input isn't taken at all seriously? Another issue with this decision it's so rushed. This isn't just about students, it's about our families, teachers, and the whole community. Yet it seems like the board has made very little effort to involve everyone who will be impacted. Rushing into a vote without informing the community or asking for their suggestions or feedback is not only unfair, but also a disservice to the students. We deserve decisions that reflect careful considerations, not ones that are made in a haste. If the board votes on these issues tonight without further discussion, it will send a clear message that the students in this district and the people who care about them are not a priority. That's the kind of district that I don't want to be a part of. We are the future of this community, and our voices matter. I urge you to pause, reflect, and involve the students in making a broader, and involve the students in the broader community before making these important decisions. I would also like to point out that at the last board meeting, Dr. Fields, I believe, said that JSTEM was isolated from JMS, which is not true. Me personally and a lot of the other JSTEM students have lunch electives and friends with students at JMS. Therefore, we are not isolated and have deep bonds with JMS students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Ewing, Spanish immersion at Wortham Oaks Elementary.
Buenas noches, good evening. John F. Kennedy once said, "Children are the world's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future." Another famous quote says, "Young people are the future. Hear their voices." Mi nombre es Andrea Ewing. My name is Andrea Ewing. I am a 5th grade Spanish immersion program student at Wortham Oaks Elementary School. I am one of the 14 pioneer class. I am one of the 14 students in this pioneer class of this program. I have been in this amazing program for 5 years straight, and I have so many great and wonderful things to say. However, 3 minutes is too short to tell you all about it. Please allow me to highlight a few important things and let me be the voice of all the Spanish immersion program students at Wortham Oaks Elementary. 1. When I started, I had 0 to maybe a few Spanish words I could speak, but I can sing Feliz Navidad perfectly. Fast forward to now, I can speak, write, and read in Spanish really well, and I know I need more time and learning to be fully immersed. Learning a new language has challenged me to strive to be better, to give it my best, and never give up. One time, my mom was talking to a gentleman who could only speak Spanish, and I noticed they were struggling to understand each other, and I translated for them. I felt so happy and humbled. I was able to help in my own little way. This encouraged me to want to learn more. El lenguaje nos conecta y rompe barreras. Language connects us and breaks down barriers. 2. The Spanish immersion program gave me not only the gift of communication, but also the gift of family. I consider all my classmates as of 5 years, mi hermanos y hermanas. They are my brothers and sisters. Because we have been classmates for many years, our families have become very close and have become a village, a tribe, who offers support and encouragement to each other. Knowing one's language connects to the hearts. 3. The Spanish immersion program taught me gratitude. We, all the Spanish immersion program students, are very grateful for our amazing Spanish immersion teachers, Ms. Freeman, Ms. Martinez, Ms. Sanchez, Ms. Romero, and Ms. Bradbury, and to our principal, Ms. Nada, for investing in us and believing that we can achieve whatever we want as long as we put up our hard work and dedication. They allowed us to have the most fun and provided us with the best learning experience. They were very creative inside and outside the classroom. We look forward to the annual bilingual showcase, field trips, and Spanish clubs, super fun activities where we learn more about the Spanish language, Hispanic and Latin cultures, food, songs, dances, and etc. Sin duda a las mejores maestras del universo. Hands down to the best teachers in the universe. We are forever grateful for each and every one of you. 4. The journey on the Spanish immersion program provided us with so many opportunities to feel great love. Our parents poured out their love and support for us every step of the way. Gracias por todas, mamá y papá. Thank you so much, Mom and Dad. 5. The Spanish immersion program allowed me to believe that anything is possible, that I can be the best version of me. Myself, mi hermanos y hermanas in 5th grade, and all the Spanish immersion students in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders are high-performance students, getting A honor rolls, achieving master's level in STAR tests, are talented and gifted, belongs to many school clubs, and sports. This program instilled us of how to persevere. And as Wildcats, we dream big, we aim high, and we make a difference.
Andrea, I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes are up. Thank you so much. Next is Beverly Ewing to speak about Spanish immersion at Wortham Oaks.
To our distinguished board members, Judson Independent School District Superintendent Dr. Fields, to the Growth and Development Committee, parents, students, and guests, buenas noches. Good evening. Mi nombre es Beverly Ewing. My name is Beverly Ewing. I am a parent to 2 students in the Spanish immersion program at Wortham Oaks Elementary School. That was my daughter. My daughter Andrea is currently in 5th grade. She was in the pioneer class of the Spanish immersion program, which started when she was in 1st grade. She was in dual language program in kindergarten, the first year Wortham Oaks Elementary School opened. My son Benjamin is in 3rd grade Spanish immersion program as well. Before anything else, please allow me to thank you for all that you do for JISD. A big thank you for allowing all our children to have the opportunity to be in the Spanish immersion program. Thank you also for these new schools that are being built. These are all blessings. However, managing these blessings comes with challenges. I can only imagine the amount of stress each and every one of you and all the JISD multidisciplinary team members deal with all of these day in and day out for the daily operation of all these schools in the district. With that, my sincere gratitude to all of you. I took this opportunity to speak in front of you today to represent the parents and students of the Spanish immersion program at Wortham Oaks. We want this program in this school to continue thriving as it is already and allow it to grow and expand. For the past board meetings, there were parents and students who spoke from our school who provided you with information to prove that these students are the top performing students in many areas like academics reflected in their every 9 weeks grades and the annual STAR testing performance and other extracurricular activities such as JISD honor choir, music memory, UIL reading, etc., and even in athletics. Some of these students are also in the Wortham Oaks girls basketball team, a very unique basketball team in elementary, they are representing the JISD district as well. And if you decide to sunset the program at Wortham Oaks, we will be very, very sad. But we thank you that you are looking into allowing our children to stay at Wortham Oaks and allow them to finish. But we don't want to be selfish. We want this to continue not only for our children, but to the future generation of Wildcats. You might wonder why I have different accent. English is my second language. I'm from the Philippines, so I speak Filipino and another dialect. But I am proud that I'm also learning Spanish together with my kids. I am a nurse by profession here in San Antonio, and I deal with a lot of patients that can only speak Spanish. I have that desire to serve these people, and I want to be able to see my kids to help these people more if they can understand and speak the language.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Philip Johnston, speaking about the Spanish immersion program continuation.
Hello again. And I'm sorry I have to follow those guys. They did awesome. But I do want to say thank you again for allowing me to speak and to address you guys, and happy holidays. So I'm here to, again, continue to advocate for a Spanish immersion program at Wortham Oaks, not cutting it off, not sunsetting it, but actually continuing the program, which is just now moving past the adolescent phase and moving into more maturity, and possibly the ability to be replicated and scaled, and I think even expanded. Taking Spanish immersion from Wortham Oaks, I think it would be, I think it honestly would be a shame. Based on the discussion at the last board workshop, the concern about low enrollment is attributable not to the lack of interest in the program, but to normal student attrition, which is a program that doesn't have an easily accessible on-ramp for students that don't begin in the initial cohort of that program. The classes that have joined the school and the program in the last couple of years are near the full capacity of enrollment, and when this program first started and we first started signing up for it, they intentionally kept the enrollment levels low to get the pumps primed for the program to start growing and scaling. I want you to please consider the following. Number one, continue Spanish immersion program at Wortham Oaks. It's a draw for parents and families to the school and to the district as a whole. It will not only keep current people here in Judson ISD, but it will also, if the program does not get chopped, entice people to move to Judson ISD, just like some of the other parents have mentioned tonight and in previous board meetings. Number two, allow Wortham Oaks Spanish immersion program to iterate for another year or two at Wortham Oaks to validate if the current enrollment trend is actually a trend or if it's just a fluke. Maybe 2 or 3 or 4 years. Let's let it keep going. And then let's defer the program adjustment until we have clear data, and then we can make an informed decision on that, we being y'all. Number three, work with the dual language and Spanish immersion program leadership, Ms. Richardson, Ms. Freeman, to adjust entry quotas into the program while factoring in the expected attrition rates so that you guys come closer to the enrollment metrics that you want and that you and future boards are going to be happy with. And number four, expand Spanish immersion or a similar program into Cibolo Creek Middle School, the new middle school. The first fully mature cohort, 5th graders, are graduating from Wortham Oaks this year. And why don't you let Selma Elementary School have their program as well? But let's keep it here at Wortham Oaks.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but your time
Thank
is
you.
up.
Happy holidays.
Next is Abigail Codzo, JSTEM moved to Kitty Hawk.
Good evening, board members, community, and staff. I'm Abigail Kodzo, and I'm a proud 8th grader of JSTEM Academy. Before I start, let me ask you guys a question. If students didn't attend school, would the school still be running? Here in JSTEM, we do provide a lot of extracurriculars, but most of those fall in JMS. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us building on JMS. Removing us from JMS, it's like removing a community and breaking it apart.
We want to make sure we can hear what you said.
Okay. Thank you.
Please don't count that off
Nope.
for time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Are we still? Okay. Good evening, board members, community, and staff. I want to say thank you for allowing me to come up here and speak to you guys. And I want to say, happy holidays. So let me ask you guys a question. If students didn't attend school, would that school be running? And keep that in mind for the rest of the time. So we're moving JSTEM because of low enrollment. But what is actually causing that low enrollment? Instead of just ripping us away from our family, from our JMS, from our choir teachers who built us up, for our choir teachers who gave us confidence to go upstage, for the teachers who helped build us up, why, instead of just letting us stay, why are you ripping us away from them? I remember back in 6th grade, I was a shy little girl who would just try to mind my own business out of fear. But I remember when I stepped into the choir room, an 8th grader came up to me, and she was like, "It's gonna be okay. You're gonna do great." And ever since then, and up into my 7th grade year, I fulfilled her wishes of doing well and getting into the varsity choir, which was fair. And keep in mind, she was in JMS. It wasn't another JSTEM student. So why are you removing us from our community? Instead of just taking us away, why don't we just find out the reason of low enrollment? Why don't we just listen to our students, listen to what they have to say, and take it into consideration? I want to say just thank you for allowing me to stand here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Robin Grimes, dyslexia stipend and job title.
Good evening, board members, administrators, parents, Mr. Tobias, our dyslexia coordinator. My name is Robin Grimes, and I am a certified academic language therapist here in Judson ISD at Millers Point Elementary. My 33 colleagues and I serve as dyslexia therapists at the elementary, middle school, and high school campuses throughout the district. Some of us are here tonight to address the board about 2 topics that directly affect our position. We propose that these topics be considered and approved by the board for the 2025-26 school year. The first topic we would like to address is implementing a stipend for our position that is comparable to surrounding districts. Northside ISD dyslexia therapists receive a stipend of $1,100. Southwest ISD dyslexia therapists receive a stipend of $2,000. And San Antonio ISD dyslexia therapists receive a stipend of $4,000. The second topic we would like to address is to distinguish our job title as dyslexia therapists rather than teachers. In the Judson ISD compensation plan, it states that experience is credited for teachers, counselors, and librarians according to the Commissioner's rules on creditable service. Although we all hold teacher certifications, our experience, training, and credentials as certified academic language therapists surpass that of a teacher. Therefore, we propose that the hiring schedule reflect our job title respectfully: teachers, counselors, librarians, registered nurses, and dyslexia therapists. Judson ISD has been a pioneer of the dyslexia therapy in and around the surrounding areas of San Antonio since July of 2006, and yet we continue to receive no stipend. We pride ourselves on being a department that leads other districts in dyslexia intervention. We do this by setting high standards for ourselves, each other, and our students. Academic language therapists that will provide the same research-based program district-wide and is recognized by the Academic Language Therapy Association. This allows our dyslexia team opportunities for cohesive collaboration and our students the guarantee of an equal educational opportunity when transferring between schools within Judson ISD. Other districts have looked to our department for guidance. In fact, Northeast ISD's dyslexia coordinator worked with our former dyslexia coordinator to mirror the dyslexia department after Judson ISD, and that is quite an honor. By the end of tonight, we hope you recognize the value of our position and will implement a stipend for the 2025-26 school year. We also hope that we are given the job title that we believe we have earned and rightfully deserve due to the extra time we have spent honing our craft as dyslexia therapists and certified academic language therapists. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Gabriela Gomez, dyslexia stipends.
Good evening. My name is Gabriela Gomez, and I am a certified academic language therapist at Metzger Middle School and Kirby Middle School. I would like to highlight the credentials that we hold to serve as certified academic language therapists here at Judson to illustrate why we are asking for a stipend and to be categorized as dyslexia therapists rather than teachers. Texas Education Code 38.003B states, in accordance with the program approved by the State Board of Education, the Board of Trustees of each school district shall provide for the treatment of any student determined to have dyslexia or any other related disorder. The critical evidence-based program that we provide here at Judson is written by Luke Waite's Center for Dyslexia and Learning Disorders at Scottish Rite for Children. It's called Take Flight, a comprehensive intervention program for students with dyslexia. Judson ISD is the only district in the San Antonio area that has historically required all dyslexia therapists to complete an intensive 2-year comprehensive therapy level program through the Scottish Rite Children's Hospital of San Antonio to become certified academic language therapists. Dyslexia therapists are required to complete a training in the Take Flight program under a qualified instructor, and successful completion of this training includes completing a minimum of 700 teaching practicum hours, completing a minimum of 10 video demonstrations or face-to-face observations that require a passing score of 80%. We read and complete written summaries on a total of 60 books and articles about dyslexia, the history of dyslexia, current research, and how to support students with dyslexia academically in a therapy setting. Only dyslexia therapists trained in our Take Flight program are eligible to be trained in the other programs offered by Judson, such as Bridges, Turbo, Star, and JET. We've already been trained or in the process of training in these courses to ensure that we meet the needs of all of our students with dyslexia in Judson, in our district. We've gone through extensive outside training to hold this position and provide required therapy to our students here at Judson. It's understood that we understand that this is a position that we're committed to this rigorous training, which is often compared to by many graduate level program due to the expectations of this 2-year training. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Christina Kastner, dyslexia stipends and job title.
Good evening. Happy holidays. My name is Christina Kastner. I am a licensed dyslexia therapist and a certified academic language therapist at Salinas Elementary. After completing the 2-year training to become a dyslexia therapist, we must all earn the certification for the Academic Language Therapy Association, ALTA. As a certified academic language therapist, CALT, an individual must show successful completion of the following requirements. We must successfully complete the comprehensive training level therapy level training in Take Flight, obtain a master's degree through a 4-year university within 5 years of completing the training. If the candidate does not acquire a master's degree within 5 years, then their status is automatically converted to a certified academic language practitioner, a CALP level. We pay $180 and successfully pass the ALTA competency exam at the therapy level with a score of 80% or higher. And if you don't pass it on the first try like I did, you pay it again out of your own pocket and don't get reimbursed. Requirements for maintaining certification as a certified academic language therapist: you must complete 10 hours of continuing education credits annually through a certified ALTA conference or an ALTA-approved training. These CE hours are not always free of charge. Many of our dyslexia therapists will pay out of pocket for a conference they attend. The fees can range from $30 to $300. We also have to annually pay ALTA organization $180 just to keep up with our credentials. This stipend would help foster our growth as professionals by providing us with necessary funds to pay for these invaluable trainings, workshops, and conferences. And some of us do continue to hold that licensed dyslexia therapy certification as well through the state, and that's also another $150 annually that we have to pay out of pocket. Thank you for your time. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Next is Kira McGarren. Was I close?
You butchered it just a little bit. That's okay.
I'm
You'll
so
get it in
sorry.
just a second.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Good evening, board, administration, parents, and community. My name is Kyra McCarran. I'm a certified academic language therapist. I'm a licensed dyslexia therapist through the state. I'm currently at Woodlake Hills Middle School. I go to Wagner High School. I go to Jack and DAEP. So I'm kind of all over the district. But my job here today is to share with you the job responsibilities we perform as a certified academic language therapist. In addition to providing our daily interventions of seeing our students, we also, according to the new House Bill 3928 that was passed in the 88th legislation on August 3rd of 2025, we're part of evaluation, identification, and instructional practices. So we've had to be trained and taught how to do norm reference testing, the test of dyslexia, CTOP, and the GORT for our students. We collaborate with a multidisciplinary team, with our psychologist and evaluation team, and to identify those students with specific learning disabilities and their eligibility with condition of dyslexia. The need for, and we also collaborate for the need of the dyslexia instruction. The completion also requires us to do the ARD paperwork, assisting case managers in writing the reading class, writing dyslexia goals, completing the dyslexia supplement page, determining the accommodations that are appropriate for a student in the classroom, reporting the progress on each student every single 9 weeks for the grading period. The Texas state law also requires us under TEC section 38.003 to require that the public students be screened and tested as appropriate for dyslexia and related disorders at appropriate times in accordance with the program approved by the SBOE. The program approved by the SBOE must include a screener for each student at the end of kindergarten and in the middle of first grade. Therefore, we must administer these screeners to every single kinder student in the district and every single first grade student in the district. The screeners also require us to do 4 additional subtests that have to be administered to each individual student. We schedule and facilitate the screen meetings, schedule a plan of action with RTI and administration on staff. We enter the screener data in Skyward to report to TEA, and we provide and send home the screener letters and home connection letters for all of our students in the district. We ask that you take these things in consideration for us because we do work hard for all of you here, and that's what we love to do. So it's a passion of ours. So thank you for your time, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Felicia Castaneda, dyslexia stipend.
Good evening, board members, administration, and community members. My name is Felicia Castaneda, and I am a certified academic language therapist in training at Masters Elementary. I want to close tonight by reading the definition of dyslexia. The International Dyslexia Association defines dyslexia as dyslexia is a specific learning disability that is neurobiological in origin. It is characterized by difficulties with accurate and/or fluent word recognition and by poor spelling and decoding abilities. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological component of language that is often unexpected in relation to other cognitive abilities and the provision of effective classroom instruction. Secondary consequences may include problems in reading comprehension and reduced reading experience that can impede growth of vocabulary and background knowledge. Students with dyslexia need specially designed instruction that they cannot receive from a general education teacher, a resource teacher, a speech pathologist, or a speech psychologist. Although we each hold teaching certifications, our position requires us to have an additional certification and additional training to provide the instruction that our dyslexic students need. Judson ISD has seen a dyslexia population increase of 89% within this school year, and counting. We are struggling to supply highly qualified therapists who are already certified to meet the current demand. A stipend and title change would add a caveat for the current and future talent pool. For 18 years, Judson ISD has employed highly qualified dyslexia teachers. Today marks the beginning of a hopeful future where we are recognized and valued as dyslexia therapists and continued leaders in our dyslexia community. We sincerely appreciate your time tonight, and we want to wish you happy holidays and a safe winter break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Next speaker is Jessica Pope to speak about transportation and JSTEM.
Okay, I gotta bring some up on my phone real quick. Hello, I'm Jessica Pope. Thank you for letting me come here again to talk about the JSTEM and transportation situation. Dr. Fields puts out a weekly newsletter. Some of y'all read it, some of you don't. I actually read it. And Mr. Joseph Jacobson, on our 10-year anniversary at JSTEM, which happens to be one of the teachers that is still there, that is there from the beginning, spoke on the impact of JSTEM with the staff and on the students. Now, we keep saying JSTEM, JSTEM, JSTEM. It's not just JSTEM. JSTEM is a part of Judson's home. And Ms. Bedford is the principal of both. There's not just a JSTEM principal and this principal. There's one young lady that runs it all and does an amazing job. But on that note that Mr. Jacobson stated, our board president echoed how much she was proud of that statement, that she supported that statement, then turned around and applauded the community. Now, community, I've been taught, is those that live around you, not those that are in another neighboring town. Your community is those that are around you. Well, Kitty Hawk is one of our community schools, but it's not. We are also standing here in this deal talking about shutting one of their elementary schools down and moving it. That tells me their community is not even rallying around their own students. And we want to pull a thriving 10-year program from a school that a community really does support to a school system into a totally different area where I can read on Facebook itself, there's about 85,000 emails over the last 2 years, but you can type in a school name and every parent that I read goes, well, is your kid going here? I don't want to go there. I don't see that about JSTEM. I don't see that about our other middle schools. Unfortunately, I'm seeing that way too much about Kitty Hawk. I also made in the last statement that it is the furthest school in our district that is actively open right now. That would increase our bus times for our children up to an hour. How many of y'all have complained and heard your kids going, I'm dying because the bus driver won't let me open up my window? It's 103 in these buses. Now, don't get me wrong. Y'all got some nice new bougie buses, and I'm very proud that my son got one of those. But I also did talk to him about transportation. Dr. Fields made the comment in the last meeting, oh, I talked to transportation. They said it can't be done. There's too many. My son says there's 7 seventh graders on his bus. 7. That tells me that either there's other buses that have more, or these parents aren't taking the time to drive their children to their campus. Second of all, y'all went on and on and on and on and on and on, and I'm saying on, about how this is not just JSTEM, that other schools are being affected, 5th graders, 8th graders at other schools, but y'all failed to compare your apples and oranges. JSTEM is not a school of choice. You are comparing it to school of choices. If my daughter was a senior, being the band major at Wagner, which one of our JSTEM parents is that her daughter will be going to that school. She is banking on that her daughter can be driving her son to JSTEM, which is right next door to the high school that her daughter will be attending. A lot
Ma'am,
of parents depend on that.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your time is up.
Well, I am a little disappointed because I did sign up for 3 different agendas that you put as bullet points, and you expect me to shove them in 3 minutes.
You can certainly email us. We'd be happy
Well,
to
and I
hear
have,
it.
but I want it on the record that I did sign up for 3 separate
And they
bullet
say
points.
one time for 3 minutes on the form. Thank you.
It's a different
Our
agenda.
next speaker is Josh Pollock, referring to RFCSP 24-06.
Excuse me, sir. If you could go over here, hand them to the secretary, she'll pass them out. Thank you. Yes, sir.
One for Dr. Fields as well. There should be enough.
Bill, I'm
Go
going
ahead.
to make sure they all have them.
Yeah.
Just so you can see the picture, I'll start right then. Good evening. My name's Josh Pollock. I live in San Antonio, so nearby. I'll just read this. As you may or may not know, the Judson ISD recently solicited sealed bids via RFCSP 2406, Judson ISD sale of real property. The specific land in question is some 16 acres shown highlighted in red on the piece of paper I just provided you. My company submitted a bid by the deadline, December 4th, as well as the earnest money via cashier's check. At the time of the deadline, it appeared ours was the only bid. Following the bid submittal, we were told Judson ISD has decided that it is in the best interest of the district not to accept the bid your company submitted, which was surprising to us given the fact that the RFP itself said the bids will be submitted to the Board of Trustees for acceptance at the first regular board meeting after the bids are opened. It is certainly the board's right to not accept a bid, but we are confused by the lack of dialogue and disinterest in a discussion about where we might be able to find mutually agreeable outcome. We bid $750,000 for the 16 acres, which was a price we arrived at through significant diligence of the cost necessary to develop the site. We own the highlighted property next door, the warehouse property there, and have a keen understanding of both what is allowed to be done with the site and what it will cost, as well as how much developed the property will be able to earn in rent. We believe at full build-out, this would contribute an estimated $169,853 annually to the Judson ISD tax rolls. That's at the current millage rate. If that were to move, that would change, obviously. It seems to us this could be a mutually beneficial development, given the land currently sits idle, generating no tax revenue and being only used as a place for people to dump trash. While the lump sum up front and the ongoing tax payments are small in the grand scheme of your overall budget, you guys run a big organization here. I get that. You have lots of different complex plans. I'm not trying to say that I understand all of those at all. I'm simply asking for a dialogue related to, you issued a bid. It seemed like there must be some level at which you wanted to do something different than letting it sit idle. In a typical situation, you might get a counter. You might be able to have a conversation about that. If y'all were just a private organization, I don't know if I could do this with a public organization, but I'd say, do you guys want a joint venture on this? If you think land is an asset and want to own it in perpetuity, maybe we could find a way to do that that could be more than the tax revenue. I don't know. But I am asking for the board's consideration for a dialogue around this. Respect totally the decision if there's something I'm unaware of currently, but the communication after the bid process has left me having questions. So that's all I've got. Thank you for your time and appreciate the work that you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Isidro Paul Garza to talk about Spanish immersion program.
Hello, my name is Isidro Garza. I'm a parent of 2 students at Wortham Oaks Elementary School. I just want to say thanks for the board and everyone else involved in creating the Spanish immersion program at Wortham Oaks. It was a bit shocking to my wife and myself that the Spanish immersion program was going to be ended, or it looks like it might be ended at Wortham Oaks, especially since the whole reason why we moved in that area was because y'all had that program, and both my spouse and myself speak Spanish and have family members that speak Spanish, and she has a lot of family members that just speak Spanish, and this allows our kids to learn Spanish significantly better than they would just from myself and my wife, and be able to communicate with those individuals. And even people out in the community, like one of the children had mentioned that they were able to assist in a situation where 2 people weren't able to understand each other. It's odd that y'all think that parents aren't interested in the program when every year it's a lottery essentially to get students to go from kinder to first into the Spanish immersion program, meaning that there's more than what's available. which adds to the point of maybe adding one of these programs at a different school to allow more students into the Spanish immersion program. I also found out through some research that initially y'all wanted to do or move the Spanish immersion, well, not move, but in the Spanish immersion program, and then move those students to the new elementary school to add more students to the dual language curriculum. And from my understanding, the dual language curriculum, the students that finish that at 5th grade have the same Spanish capability of the students at the 2nd grade level in the Spanish immersion program. So it seems like y'all are trying to start a new program at the detriment of another program. In this case, it's the Spanish immersion program. And my wife and I were looking forward to having our daughter start in this program. Even her herself was pretty startled when we told her that the Spanish immersion program is probably not going to be there for her to do that when she moves to 1st grade. Since her brother's already in it, as long as she meets the criteria, she should be able to be in it as well. But it doesn't look like that will happen. And it seems like the dual language curriculum really isn't a program that's focused on having students learn Spanish. It's more focused on having non-native English speakers learn English, again, at the detriment of those English speakers learning Spanish. In addition to that, if our daughter wanted to attend the dual language curriculum, there would be no transportation to and from the school, so that would add to that difficulty for her to be able to do anything with Spanish in general.
And
Was that
that's
my
your time. I'm so
Right.
sorry.
No, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sherry Pegram, talking about Spanish immersion program.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm here tonight to advocate for the continuation of the Spanish immersion program, address some of your concerns, and offer potential solutions. First, I'd like to clarify some information shared at last week's meeting regarding attrition. It was stated that the first 3 cohorts of Spanish immersion started at full capacity with 18 students. However, this was not accurate. The first 3 years of the program began with smaller class sizes, in part due to it being a pilot program, and also there were challenges with recruitment in the immediate aftermath of COVID. I've brought copies of the data for you all today. As you'll see, these cohorts started with 14 for the current 5th grade cohort, 16 for current 4th grade, and 13 for current 3rd grade. While attrition has occurred, the rate is not as significant as it would be if each cohort started with 18 students. It's unreasonable to expect 100% retention in any educational program. A practical solution to this concern is to increase the initial class capacity to account for inevitable attrition. Your second concern involves a lack of interest in the program, or perceived lack of interest. I would challenge this notion. Over the past 2 years, Spanish immersion has had no difficulty filling its 18 slots and has maintained a wait list of interested students. I recently learned that the class capacity is actually 22 students, not 18. However, 4 slots must remain open for students transferring from other schools, and these slots go unfilled due to limited advertising and recruitment efforts. If students from other schools do not apply, Wortham Oaks is not allowed to fill these open slots with its own applicants. And according to our vice principal, who I spoke with, the school could easily fill all 22 slots with local applicants if permitted by you. So it seems silly not to do that. I do have some specific recommendations. One, consider increasing class capacity. In Alamo Heights ISD, Spanish immersion classrooms are actually larger than general classrooms. They start with 24 students to account for attrition. This would allow for additional enrollment while still reserving spots for transfer students. And if transfer spots go unfilled, again, let's allow Wortham Oaks to fill them from our own wait list. 2, reevaluate eligibility criteria. Currently, applicants must score in at least the 80th percentile on Texas assessments to qualify. Lowering this requirement Perhaps adopting Alamo Heights' approach, which has no screening process for Spanish immersion, provided there are no significant language delays, would broaden the applicant pool if you're still concerned about a lack of interest. In conclusion, I strongly believe that retaining the Spanish immersion program aligns with the best interests of the students, school, and the district. Sunsetting Spanish immersion would diminish Judson ISD's ability to attract and retain high-performing students and engaged families. With thoughtful changes, I am confident this program can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Laura Wickwire, discussing bullying and cyberbullying.
I am here today because today, ironically, marks 1 year. It has been the worst year of our lives. In-person bullying led to out-of-control cyberbullying. The anti-bullying committees that are supposed to be set up by David's Law at every school in the state, consisting of parents and students, don't exist in any of the 3 high schools in this district. I checked myself this morning. That needs to change in 2025. Changes need to be made when it comes to the way JISD handles bullies and bullying investigations moving forward. Training on David's Law for all Judson staff and a threat assessment procedure that is transparent for parents to ensure administrator accountability and includes the school's anti-bullying committee needs to happen. Bullying has been linked to school shootings. There have now been 40 school shootings this year, including the one this week in Wisconsin. Please help us. At every level of this district up to the superintendent's own office, employees seem to be trained only to appease parents through empty words and broken promises. As a concerned parent, it has felt like they hope I'll just give up like so many. For instance, it shouldn't matter if a teacher is being allowed to bully your son, writing false teacher referral reports knowing that there will be no repercussions because transparent investigations are not conducted, or a student bully allowed to feel comfortable in knowing that they'll probably never face consequences for their actions. Accountability is needed. My son's cyberbully has been allowed to weaponize the school's own anonymous tip line called Stop It to torment my child and at least 4 other Wagner students that I'm aware of by submitting reports stating falsely that their intended target is either suicidal or brought weapons to school. His freshman year at Wagner, the spring of 2024, my son was pulled out of class and searched in the hallways by police more times than most criminals ever are. Meanwhile, administrators, fully aware, but seemingly not trained to investigate the correlation of in-person and cyberbullying, silently watched as the bully and his brother grew more bold, calling my son and other victims who reported the bullying to administrators snitches. It's been 12 months now. Barely just 2 weeks ago, death threats were made to my son and myself, saying that we would be murdered before the new year. And this cyberbully has already proved that they know our address and the address of another Wagner student. Please help us. All I have ever done is ask for help. I have been trying to find help for an entire year. If anti-bullying committees were in place as they should be, I feel I would have found the help that would have prevented the worst year of our lives, so that my son could have been allowed to have more good memories of his freshman and sophomore year. I was not informed when Wagner quickly closed the first bullying investigation I opened. I was not contacted each time my son was searched, nor any of the 3 times my son was wrongfully placed in ISS while a student at Wagner.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry, but your 3 minutes are up.
That's
Thank
okay.
you.
I'll be back.
Thank you. Next is Kevin Jenkins to speak about bullying and cyberbullying.
Good evening, members of the Judson ISD School Board. As one of the students who is constantly being searched due to the Stop It system being criminalized, I want to say that this situation was handled very poorly. having officers swarm into my classes to search me, even getting to the point to where administration would say, and I quote, "You know the drill," signaling for me to put my hands up and then be searched. As a student, this would affect me deeply, as they would they would never find anything, and I would be forced to return to class as classmates and even teachers would ask why I'd been pulled out by officers. I feel like this could have easily been avoided if a more in-depth disciplinary system was in place. Being on the student side of things, I can tell you that ISS and OSS is not enough. All telling administrators leads to is an even more motivated bully, leaving students in fear of snitching. If we had a more in-depth disciplinary system, allowing administrators to be able to follow up with victims after their bully has been sent to ISS or OSS, instead of being forced to wait till another incident, such as assault or confrontation, takes place. And if this was put in place, I believe that this bullying situation would have never spiraled into what is now being called the Stop It problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Desiree Nolden, talking about the JSTEM move.
Hi, happy Thursday. I am probably one in the minority right now. I go to all the growth and planning meetings. I was actually one of the parents who did vote for the move to Kitty Hawk for JSTEM. I have one currently at JSTEM, and I have two that will, at least one for sure, that will hopefully be there soon, and then one all the way. I live on the very north end of the district. For my child, if he were to ride the bus, it would take over an hour for him to get to school. He does not ride the bus because of that. I'm the one who takes him. And my child, I have one that's at Coronado right now. I choose to take her to Coronado. I live on the far north side as well. And my drives are ridiculously long, but I don't mind because I love the programs. But it is hard for the parents over there to go all the way over to JMS, to go to JSTEM, because they don't want to deal with the drive. And like I say, it's far for us to be over there. Kitty Hawk is way more centralized than JMS is. And like I said, I love the school, I love the program, but it's just very, very far for us that are living over there to get over to JMS. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Richard Regalado to talk about JSTEM.
Good evening, folks. Like a lot of the parents, we were kind of blindsided with the news about the vote tonight about the possible move. We received no kind of communication about that, not even the survey supposedly that was supposed to go out. My concern about this is that my son is autistic. This is his first year in middle school, being in 6th grade. When you have a son who has a hard time making friends, and now he's doing that not through JSTEM, but because he's also going through choir, he's also in robotics and theater. You know, hearing him to talk about his day is a lot different now being at the JMS middle school, and there's not all just JSTEM kids that he's associated with. Leadership is hard. Can we have a little bit of transparency as to, we're hearing different things as to what brought this decision to today. Could we have a little bit of, what's leading up to this before the vote takes place? So that way I can explain it to my son why he's being a takeaway from his friends. Thank you.
Thank you. So as we move on our agenda, next item 4A, Superintendent Report, Attendance Lines and Campus Boundaries. Dr. Fields?
Yes, ma'am. I asked Mr. Brooks to go over the recommendations in summary real quick and then open it up to any questions that the board may have. So, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Fields. By way of quick recommendation summary from the previous meetings, for our elementary schools, Rolling Meadows Elementary School, the proposal is that at the entire Retama Springs subdivision at Kentucky Ridge to include a smaller subdivision south of Retama Springs at Lookout Road near Creekside Hill be rezoned to Selma. This is a small tweak of the recommendation from the previous, that includes 44 students. It's a small tweak that included a neighborhood that was being kind of split at Kentucky, and so we included the neighborhood that was there at the Kentucky Ridge. Moving on to Coronado, the recommendation is to relocate all admin, staff, and students to Selma Elementary, along with the dual language program to Selma Elementary. At Wortham Oaks, the recommendation is to sunset the Spanish immersion program after all the currently enrolled Spanish immersion students complete the program. And this is an amendment from the original recommendation, which was to move Spanish immersion over to Selma Elementary.
Can I interrupt you for just a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Fields, we've heard from many, many parents, and it seems like there might be a way to deal with the Spanish immersion program. And I've been thinking about this as well as I've been contacted the last several weeks. Is it possible for us to hold off on sunsetting that and look at really increasing the capacity in that first grade class coming up, making sure that we do have a full 24, 25 students to fill that, and give it more time to see if we can truly do this? I know the original intent was that perhaps the Spanish immersion program could be picked up and moved to the new school to help alleviate the crowding at Wortham Oaks, but it sounds like most parents don't want to leave that elementary school, so that wouldn't be helpful anyway. Is that something that we could look at, sir?
Definitely. I would tell you that originally, you're right. We said that we were going to move it to Selma because we felt like we could increase the numbers and move that program with the dual language. But if we have the students who qualify at that campus and elect to go into the program, we would be happy with increasing the number to 25, because that would make up, as the gentleman said, it would make up for the attrition. And if the program can sustain itself, we want to keep it going. Our concern was we had the fifth grade class, and I believe it was the fourth grade, or was it fourth and third?
Third and fourth, I think.
Third and fourth that were really low due to attrition. It could have been because of orders or something like that, but if we can get 25 students into that next year's first grade, definitely we can keep it going.
And of course, I would like my fellow board members to weigh in on that as well, because it's certainly not my decision to make. But yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, it's his report, and we always talk about things there. Then we can vote on the later item. So, yeah.
So I can ask
Yeah. Ms. Eaton, we'll just go down the line.
Okay, so,
Make sure your mic is on, please.
sorry. Okay, because I heard something from one of the parents that I don't quite understand. Maybe one of you all can help me with this. We hold seats for the possibility of a transfer in, and so then what happened, how long do we hold those seats? Or do we just go a whole school year and leave those seats empty when we have a wait list? Can somebody
Yes,
help
ma'am. Yes,
talk me
ma'am.
through that?
So, Ms. Davis, help me if I get any of this wrong, please. So when the program was initially started at Wortham Oaks, as the individual said, the numbers were lower than 18 or even 25 like we're talking about now. And yes, there was a certain number of seats that were left should students transfer into Wortham Oaks. And yes, there was a wait list for those students at the very beginning of the program. So currently, we have 18 students that are in first grade, 18 students that are in second grade. So the information about the enrollment seems to be going up as we have opened it is absolutely correct. What Dr. Fields is saying at this point is if we could set that number at 25 and 25 current kinder students at Wortham Oaks qualify based on their end-of-year screener data and also elect, then we could keep the program going, is what I understand.
No, what I heard Ms. Eden say was, were we really holding back? I'm sorry?
I'm asking.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Were we really holding back for and not allowing students who did qualify and had elected not to participate because we were holding the fort?
Well, we were holding spots, but there was no wait list at that point. At the very beginning, the students who qualified and elected were all let in.
That's the 2021 school year?
May I provide
2020.
clarification since I opened the program?
Yes.
Typically, Spanish immersion programs, wherever they are housed in the school, and if we're a district of school of choice, which we were back then, you allow 75% from the school automatically. If they're eligible and they qualify, and they're interested. You reserve 25% for any students in the nearby schools who would like to attend. But if there are none of those students in the 25%, nobody from Coronado was interested, if nobody from any other school was interested, then the remaining students who would be interested that didn't make the cut would be entered in to fulfill the full amount of students.
How long do we
just
hold?
didn't have, well, right at the beginning of the year.
Right.
At that point in time, we didn't have additional students.
Okay.
So everybody that qualified and were interested joined.
Started.
That's
Yes.
the statement I was looking for.
There,
Not everyone
Do we
who
have any-
qualified
and there was
were
no wait
interested,
list,
There
just
was
to
no
be
wait list. they
correct.
got
There
Do
it.
we
was no wait
currently
list.
have a wait list?
There's 18 students. I'm not aware of a wait list.
I am not
But I
either.
would defer to Ms. Richardson.
But back to the original question, could we do that? We'd be happy to do that. The goal was never to sunset the program. Our responsibility is to come back and talk about return on investment.
Right,
And
right.
what we were saying was not sustainable. If I'm hearing, and I'm hearing from the principal as well, because I spoke to Ms. Nita, that she can get 25 students that qualify and elect to go into that program. If that's the case, then that allows for the attrition going forward. So I'd be more than happy to do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Salinas, did you want to comment? No? Mr. Macias, I know you did.
Yes, thank you. Obviously, I expressed interest in looking at doing something with Spanish immersion. Last meeting was interested in sustaining it if there is a need or an interest in the program. That still hasn't changed. If there is really a need and a desire by the community to participate in that program, I think we do it because it's important to the community. But again, I think I mentioned last month as well, it also is a driver to retain students and recruit students who may be interested in these programs. And with 100 different choices out there, if we have something that's making sense for people and they're staying, it makes sense to at least continue to look at it. Naturally, I think the policy adjustment on the 4 students probably needs to be evaluated, so I appreciate you acknowledging that we would probably do that. That was the question that Ms. Eaton was asking about.
We would probably still do it the same way, but at no point would we say that if those positions aren't filled, then students who do qualify and elect to go in can't get in. That was my concern, and I'm hearing that wasn't the case. So going forward, we'll make sure that all 25 slots get filled.
Okay, and naturally, that's where I'll put the onus on community members and parents who are saying, hey, there is interest and we'd like to see the program continue. Their engagement in that would be helpful as we continue to collaborate with them. And I just want to also just make for note, we had a meeting last week because I'll say that we're not a perfect district. I love Judson ISD, but there's always room for improvement, right? So the improvement was that we had an extra meeting last week to talk more about these issues, from JSTEM to Spanish immersion, so that we're not at this meeting voting on it without any discussion. So our attempt, at least I won't speak on behalf of my colleagues, they all have voices, but my intent for asking for the meeting was that we would have extra time to then evaluate what's happening. And in my district, the Judson Middle School situation, not a single parent reached out to me, and I'm pretty connected. So I don't know if it really reached that level, but I just wanted to put that on record. I am trying with my colleagues to create mechanisms so we have more time to talk about important decisions like this. And so because we had the meeting last week, we were able to get ahead of a couple of these things to make some adjustments. That's all I have to say.
And nobody contacted me, and that's my statement.
Ms. Faulkner, did you want to speak?
I just have a quick question, and this is about a statement regarding Alamo Heights. What are our eligibility or qualifiers for the program, and can they be changed in order to recruit?
Ours is 80% on the end-of-year screener, as well as the parent electing in. So I just want to be real clear on that part. Just because you actually qualify, the parent has to actually choose for them to go into the program. As far as it changing, I'm assuming that's something we could do at the district level.
That is a district decision as far as the level of reader. The intent is that by the end of kindergarten, they're a high reader in their native language and use that as leverage to learn the second language acquisition. But yes, that can be changed.
And then the second part would be, I heard you say that we take 75% from the current campus and 25. What if we don't get the 75% from that campus? Do we open it up to the out?
Yes.
Okay.
The idea is to open it up to as many students, hopefully reaching the number that we need at minimum in order to make the class. We started in the first year with the number of students we started because that's all that were eligible and elected to join the program.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Stanford?
Yeah. I also was impressed by the outpouring from the community and many, many emails. All of you Spanish emergent parents really write English well, because we had long emails, and we read them all. I read them all. So from back to the last meeting, I've been interested in trying to look at some other alternatives so that we didn't have to close a program that had a lot of interest. So I'm encouraged to hear that we are flexible in that and can do that. Are we going to now require 25 students? Because was that a previous requirement?
The previous requirement was for 22, with 4 being left for students who could transfer in, and 18, I guess, at the campus, but there was never an intent to just not have the 22. What we're trying to do is, if we get the numbers up to 25, because we're hearing that there's an interest, then now, because as students move away or elect not to be in the program, or for whatever reason can't be in the program, it's not like you can take another student and put them into the program. So you're with that cohort from kind of first grade to 5th grade. So we're trying to set the level on its entrance to where we can absorb those attritions throughout the years and then still get to 5th grade and have the ROI that we need.
Yeah, I know ROI is important. So we feel it'll take 25 to meet that level?
I believe that 25 would be it. Now, don't get me wrong, Ms. Stanford, if we see that there is an overwhelming interest and we've got 24 or 23 students that are
Okay.
interested in the program,
Okay.
we're going to keep going.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I like to hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Ryan, did you want to comment?
No, I don't have any questions about anything that was discussed with the Wortham. I will say I did get your dozens of emails also, and while I did not have time to respond to everyone, I read all of them also. So sorry, but there were a lot of them coming in and just not enough minutes in the day to respond to everybody. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Brooks?
Yes, sir. So moving on, the attendance zone adjustments that we want to make recommending at the elementary school level. Copperfield Elementary, a portion of Copperfield will be rezoned to Converse. That would include approximately 95 students. It's in a triangular area, and I believe you all have maps in your packages that shows the area that we're speaking of. Again, about 95 students. Also, Escondido Elementary, a portion of that school would be rezoned to Elof. It would include approximately 245 students located south of Walsham, to include the Norte 8833 apartments and the subdivisions of Liberté Preserve and Liberté Creek. Moving on to Olympia Elementary, there's a portion of Olympia that was originally being recommended to be rezoned to Selma. That included about 45 students located south of I-35, and we amended that recommendation to leave those students there at Selma. And so we would have a net gain of students
At Selma or Olympia?
At Olympia.
I mean, leaving them at Olympia, leaving those students at Olympia. And so 32 students would be going to Selma from Rolling Meadows. Okay?
Before you go to middle school.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Back up on Coronado. So we're moving all the students and staff from Coronado to the new school.
The recommendation,
Correct.
yes.
Right, right. That's the recommendation.
That's the recommendation.
Is there any intent decided upon with the use of Coronado?
No, ma'am. We have not made any decisions on how we are going to repurpose Coronado. Matter of fact, we will be having a growth and planning meeting January the 13th, I believe it is, at Coronado to discuss the repurposing of Coronado. And so we invite people to come to the meeting so that we can get ideas, get suggestions, and talk about how to best repurpose Coronado.
Okay, so that's good, because I want to involve the community in that, and the whole community will be welcome to that meeting and informed of that meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we'll be able to discuss and educate them on the different choices we have and get their input.
And district needs. We'll lay out, these are things that we need in
Need
the
to do.
district in terms of repurposing. But we also want to hear from the people in the community what they would like to see.
Okay, because one of the many emails that I got, people had the impression we already had made a decision with Coronado, and I just want to make sure it's plain to the public and on public record that we have no plans right now.
We have not made any decisions on repurposing Coronado. We are
Okay.
making, again, we will have in that meeting on January 13th, and what comes out of that meeting or any subsequent meetings will then be whatever recommendations we get, we'll bring to the board for approval for repurposing that.
Can any of us attend the meeting too?
Yes, ma'am. We can
Okay,
even post
good.
it to where
Good,
Yes,
thank you.
that we get that, and let's post it.
Yeah.
That way all the board members can show.
Ms. Eaton, you had a question?
Actually, I think it's two things. For the Spanish immersion, okay, I heard several times that the parents weren't notified, and that there was going to be a change. And could I get some clarification on that? I mean, when did we notify them? How did we notify them? And what happened to the survey?
We did send a survey out, Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. And you did?
Yes, sir. The principal sent out a survey to families, asking them if it were to go to Selma Elementary, how many would elect to stay at Wortham Oaks. So there was a survey that was sent out to families to get feedback about what those numbers would look like.
But Dr. Saunders, I didn't hear one parent come up here and say that they actually received it, so I'm confused. Did the principal not notify you?
I heard that about JSTEM, but I can tell you that there was a survey sent out to the Wortham Oaks families.
It was two different surveys. And the survey that we had, well, we'll get into that on the next one. But for the Spanish immersion program, we've been talking about that in growth and planning. We
Right,
spoke
right.
about it at the
Right.
program meeting, I guess it was last week.
Last week.
So this is, I mean, it's been out there. People knew. And that's why we've had the overwhelming
Presence of
presence of emails and people here tonight to speak on the issue because people are aware.
Okay. I just want to make sure, that we're not moving in a vacuum.
No, ma'am, not at all.
Yeah. I know we don't, so,
Yes, ma'am. We had 4 growth and planning meetings. We had the meeting with the board just for open discussion.
Right.
We left it
right.
up for people to contact the board in the interim. So I feel like we've been pretty open about it.
Cool beans. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Brooks?
So for middle school, the recommendation is to move Candlewood. They currently feed into Metzger Middle School, and so we're recommending a change for Candlewood to feed into Kirby Middle School. That would fall in line with the STEM program that's on that side. Also, we are recommending Park Village move from the Kirby Middle School feeder pattern into the Woodlake Hills Middle School feeder pattern. And then we're recommending JSTEM to be relocated to Kitty Hawk Middle School.
Mr. Brooks and Dr. Gosh, can you speak to And the statement that was made was we would go back and look at how many of those eighth graders would want to stay. I also said that we would come back and look at the economic feasibility of that. I spoke to Mr. Brooks and Dr. Gosh, and they brought back numbers that were almost over $500,000 to have the 6th and 7th, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I need you to speak to what you relayed. The 6th and 7th go to Kitty Hawk, and then the 8th grade stay at Judson Middle, so.
So I'm sorry, go ahead. For transportation, I had the transportation department look at what it would cost to have buses going to two separate places for the JSTEM. And what came back was there were two options. Option one was 4 buses with 4 drivers, and it came back at a annual cost of $180,000 for transportation. The other, that's for 2 going to 2 going to Kitty Hawk and 2 going to Judson Middle. So it would be $180,000.
Dr. Gosh.
So in terms of having the 6th and 7th graders move to Kitty Hawk and keep the 8th graders at JMS, as far as the technology is concerned, a lot of the lab spaces, a lot of the technology that is used to support the JSTEM program would have to be replicated in the new Kitty Hawk location. And so in order to replicate that so that both programs, because the students share the resources now, and it would be somewhere around $300,000 to place identical equipment over at the Kitty Hawk facility and then maintain the equipment that we have at JMS for the 1 year. If you move the whole program, we are able to move the technology from JSTEM over to Kitty Hawk, and so the cost there would just be minor.
Relocation fees.
It would just be the relocation of it, whereas otherwise you were replicating an already existing program and housing it in 2 locations.
Are there questions or comments on this?
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll go ahead and mark your, but go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Okay, I've forgotten how to do this. It actually says present
Oh,
on
I'm so
there.
sorry.
Yeah, there's no way I can hit the button.
My apologies.
You're up.
But I'll just go ahead and go. Thank you. This is obviously hard. We obviously know we can't always make everyone happy. There's hard decisions that need to be made, and the expenditure of nearly $500,000 is a lot of money to consider in doing just the 8th grade, right? And that's pretty much what you're saying. I'm always, and I know that we all are, we're willing to work with our community in any way that we can to make sure that we give students the best opportunity to really thrive in their role. The issue with transportation, if we were to put on the table, parents, you have to come and pick up your kid and drop off your kid. We can't do transportation for you at all. It takes away that $180,000 right out of the gate. Parent would have to say, I'm committed to having my child there, and I will pick them up and drop them off and the whole thing. The thing that I'm trying to figure out how we could work through the duplication, the $300,000 that Dr. Gosh talked about, is concerning. It would take obviously a lot more work to see how we could minimize those expenses for that. But, and again, we don't do the day-to-day stuff. You guys do the day-to-day operations, so your recommendation would still probably be solid. But I just want the community to know 2 things, that I know that my colleagues and I listen to our community, and we are looking for viable solutions. Sometimes there isn't a viable solution. We have to go with what makes sense. And so in terms of the Judson Middle School JSTEM, I would still be willing to explore an option to keep 8th grade there, since they've been there 6th, 7th, and 8th. But the element that was discussed by citizens last month was about their extracurricular engagement that they were in, that kind of added to that. So I know that may not be the majority's feel on this, but certainly I just wanted to put out there so that the community knows that we are listening. We are looking for solutions. If you were to go back to these parents and say, listen, bring your kid back and forth as one option, and then reevaluate the potential cost, maybe there is a pathway for 1 year for this. That's all I have to say, because I don't have any additional answers. I don't have additional data to evaluate if and how that would work. You experts would. But just know that that's my sentiment on it. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stanford?
So we feel we have to do this because of the new school, right? This is a logistics problem and a need for the evening out where the students are in the schools that we have, including the new school.
I
mean-
think that the statement that was made, Ms. Stanford, is that, true enough, with the new middle school, we would be moving half, if not almost half, of the student population at Kitty Hawk to the new middle school at Cibolo Creek, which opens up quite a bit of room at Kitty Hawk. Currently, the numbers at Judson Middle, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cabinet, is about 1,200, maybe more, in terms of student population with Judson Middle and the JSTEM program there as well. If we were to move the JSTEM program, that would bring more students to Kitty Hawk and then decrease that number of students over at Judson Middle. The goal was to do that, and that was the recommendation that came out of the Growth and Planning Committee. It's also our recommendation going forward, so.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just can't help but hear from parents who didn't feel communicated with, and I don't know how we get better at that as we go forward. That's always a challenge, to get the word out to people and get their feedback back. But there were a couple comments about surveys. Did a survey go out to the JSTEM families, or did we mean to, or
No, ma'am.
it did not go out?
No, ma'am.
Did we?
No, the statement is that we would go back. And what I told, I believe it was what I stated was that we would need to know what number of eighth graders wanted to stay and what number of eighth graders wanted to go. I also stated that we would go back and look at the financial feasibility of doing something like that. Once we met $500,000, I can't recommend that. Now, I stand ready to do what the board says that they want done going forward, and we will try our best to get that done. But when I hear that it's going to be over $500,000 to do a split for 1 year, that's just not something that I would recommend to the board in this economic environment.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm just not sure how to make it better for the parents with the feeling of not being communicated. I don't know how to make that better. And maybe just a promise that we'll try to be more forthcoming more quickly. But how much time do you feel we had to really assess all of this?
Again, we've been having the meetings since August. And we made the recommendation to the board back in October. Then we had another public meeting in November. So we've been talking about this for quite some time. And I know that this is a difficult decision. I really do. But at some point, we knew we were going to find ourselves here with building a new middle school and building a new elementary school. And we're trying to move forward with getting all that stuff done.
And speaking of the new middle school, can you just share a rough idea of what we expect that cost to be for populating the new, getting that up and running?
In an effort to, thank you, ma'am, in an effort to be preemptive, we know that we sat down and said, okay, this is the number of students that should move from Kitty Hawk to Cibolo Creek. So based on that number of students, we know that there are teachers that should move with them. And I'm speaking to you, I guess, right now, Dr. Tagnoff. And then if we're moving that number of students, we typically put counselors and administrative staff there based on student enrollment as well. So based on the numbers of people that we could move in terms of administration, counselors, teachers, and then only hiring that staff that can't be, you can't take custodians away because that's on square footage. So Kitty Hawk would keep the custodians and we'd have to hire a new. We came back with, what was it, 4.5 million? 4.1. And then with operational cost of running the campus, I think that moved us up to 4.5 million.
information that was sent to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that all, Ms. Stanford? Was that all? Okay, okay. Ms. Ryan?
I have some comments. They're not specific to JSTEM, and not that it's going to affect which way the vote goes tonight, but I've heard, parents and community members say, that we always say it comes down to money. And yeah, it has to come down to money, because money is the ultimate tool that this school board has. Because money buys people, buys time with kids, it buys resources, it buys programs, it buys chemistry lab sets, it buys more photocopier paper so my daughter's not doing her review on a half sheet, trying to read 4-point font. That's why money is important, because money is also finite. When you spend a dollar bill over here, that dollar bill is no longer available over here. It's gone, it's spent. And throughout this process, it's been hard to see the financial impact when looking at our middle schools, because right now we're looking at one option. There's not an A, a B, and a C with pros and cons and criteria and weighted things where we can evaluate things. We have one option being presented to this board. And that one option is going to keep our middle schools at 58.5% of capacity. And instead of giving us multiple options where we can look at the priorities of our district, the needs of our students, the concerns of the parents, the concerns of the taxpayers, the concerns of the elected officials around Judson ISD, who look at me and say, what do you mean you're going to be at 58.5%? Why are you not looking at consolidating your middle schools like the other school districts are? And really, it comes down to what can we use those millions of dollars for? Because the dollar amount changes every time. When in May, when we talked about closing a middle school, we were going to save 7.5 million. Then another meeting, it was 8.2. Well, now we're at 4.5. Either way, we're talking millions and millions of dollars. And the only option we're getting presented is to spend that millions on electricity for air conditioning, building maintenance on facilities that we don't necessarily need, and all the extra overhead personnel that are not in classrooms with our students every single day. And I think about what else we could spend those millions of dollars on. And I wrote down a few examples. Do you know for $700,000 we could add 3 college and career counselors to every single one of our comprehensive high schools to help our students get college, career, and military ready? Well, that's one of our board goals that we just set. For $1 to $2 million, we could add a robust after-school program to each of our middle schools, instead of having hundreds of students sitting outside our schools, unsupervised, from 5 to 6 p.m. every night. Because I go do pick up at Judson Middle School at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock, and hundreds of kids sitting out there. And that money could be spent on an after-school program, which my board colleagues have brought up the need for that all these times, and we could use our money for that. For about $750,000, we could have art teachers at every single elementary school so that every student gets a fine arts education, not just a select few, which is what we have going on right now. In fact, $1.6 million, we could put a robust STEM lab in all of our 5 middle schools, right? At $400,000 a piece. We just put one in Kirby. So that every student, not just the ones lottery selected into a program, can get a STEM education. Because that's what Growth and Planning brought up, was adding STEM capacity across our district, not moving JSTEM from one location to another. That's not what was brought. If I need to stop for side conversations, I can. Okay, if they're
No, go
completed,
right
that's
ahead.
good.
You're doing really well, Mr. Ryan. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Sorry. Oh, I just didn't want to interrupt a conversation that was going on and be rude. Because STEM careers is what our families and our community is asking us for. But instead, we get one option, to spend money on electricity and overhead costs, instead of spending that money on academic, CCMR, SEL, because I know that after-school programs, counselors, and STEM labs will improve those outcomes. I just don't think electricity will. So this fall, 10 out of every 24 chairs in a middle school is going to be sitting empty. That's what 58.5% is. And instead, we're going to spend money on the electricity for those. And when I look at what other districts are doing, they're taking their time and being very deliberate in their decision-making. They had a committee that met, and they talked and came up with courses of action, and now they're going to take 2 full months to have community meetings across their entire district. Because what it looks like up here when you're on a committee looking at a big map and what it looks like on the ground, 2 completely different viewpoints. So it's great to come up with ideas up here, but if you don't get that input from the people who know these streets, know the neighborhoods, know the dividing lines, we don't function without input from all of our stakeholders. And that's what happened, because no one knew what was on the growth and planning agenda. They thought it was a committee meeting, and not everybody was on the committee. So no, the first time JSTEM moving, as an example, the first time it was ever brought up was the day it was voted on. No one from JSTEM even knew to show up at the meeting because it wasn't on the agenda. So, overall, this entire process has been very disappointing for me, and that level of disappointment is what most people who have been reaching out to me have been talking about, because they don't feel like this was a true process. It was already stated at the last board workshop that they already have board consensus apparently and are going to vote on whatever the superintendent recommends. That was the quote from the board workshop. So, and it was reposted onto social media. Well, if the decision's already been made, then why did all these people show up tonight? Does your input not matter? And so statements like that devalue what our community brings to our decision-making process. And I think if they had been involved, there's 100 other options we could have looked at to help take care of everyone. And then we're never going to make everybody happy, I know that. But they're having only one option that is going to cost us somewhere between $4 to $8 million extra dollars, and 0 other things for us to vote on even tonight. That's, in the eyes of the taxpayers and the community and the elected officials, it's financially irresponsible to not present something like that to the board. And so, it doesn't matter because it's going to pass 6-1 tonight no matter what. But it's just disappointing that we didn't value our community and take more time to make sure we got everybody's input and make the best decision for academics, financial, and social emotional, really all of our board goals.
Ms. Faulkner?
First of all, I want to apologize to all the work the committee put in, because what was just said was every bit of work and the amount of time you put in this entire year is null and void because we're not listening to you, which is not true. We just made a change stating that we were willing to change the recommendation for Spanish immersion based on the input from our community. Second of all, yes, STEM is important, but you know what? In my area, blue-collar skills, welding, construction. Welding, construction, your blue-collar skills are what my constituents in my area are really working towards, because that is what the workforce really, really needs at this point. We are missing those hardworking, hands-on things, and that's why you've seen the changes at Wagner, the welding areas, the increase in the ag department, and so on. So I do not agree that we need STEM in every area. I don't recall at any meeting, and the only meeting I've missed is the last one, maybe one other one, which was with Dr. Gibson. I don't remember ever talking about closing a middle school. I don't remember that being an agenda item. I don't remember any discussion officially anywhere. So to say that this is all of a sudden, it just baffles me, because we've been talking about this for almost a year. It's been coming, we've been building, we knew, we had planning, we had input, we had opportunity. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Macias?
Well, that came much quicker than I thought. Thank you. Obviously, we all have our opinions. Our opinions are our opinions. And through the very robust conversations about shutting schools down, I've declared early, I'm not a big fan of crowding campuses, and I still am not. Sometimes you won't get your way on this board. You just got to accept that's the reality that it is and try to work to build consensus to make sure at the end of the day, the number one thing is met, students and their success. And so right now, having smaller middle schools campuses gives us, as I mentioned on my social media post and here in the boardroom, the best chance to help middle school students succeed. Right now, middle school is one of our areas that we still have to build up. We do have social emotional issues. We do have discipline issues. We have academic issues. And so what is the best way to do that? Put it in a controlled environment and go. Now, we only have 1 year. I want to be very clear to my community. Next year at this time, we may need to have a serious discussion of closing a middle school because we have variables like vouchers. We have other variables with Austin funding us. But that's the next year conversation. Right now, if I want to set up our district and our staff and our students for the best success, smaller campuses are the direction to go. And no one's going to convince me otherwise. I've had that dialogue with my community. They agree. So I'm comfortable in the position that I'm in. Judson Middle School is in my district, so believe me, I've had a lot of conversations. This is the best path forward. And so, I want to make sure that the comment that was made in haste a second ago that what are these meetings for if we made our decision? I've been studying this for a while. I have my decision, I have a right to my decision. And as Ms. Faulkner stated, we're still receiving input. I'm still asking to have meetings like a workshop so that we're still getting input all the way till the end so that we can make the best decision. So I'm always receptive, I'm always responsive, and that's how the process is supposed to work. I respect Dr. Fields and the work his team has had to do to present recommendations. I've already stated on record too, I wish he would have given us more time, more board input, but hey, it is what it is, and I still need to work with administration, but I have a voice on this board, and I will continue to use that. But again, the work that's being done now is designed to give us the best opportunity. And is it perfect? I said earlier today, we're not perfect. There is no district in this state that is perfect. We're still growing and evolving. But I believe in my colleagues, and I believe in our administration. I think we are headed down that path, and we certainly will give our students in middle school the best opportunity. So, thank you.
I want to make sure that everybody who wanted to speak had an opportunity before I clear it for a second round if necessary.
Dr. Fields, could I just add a quick statement?
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate the conversations. I appreciate the conversation about Spanish immersion. I appreciate the community members that came and spoke. And I just want to give a little bit of clarity as to the role of the cabinet in these conversations. I cannot count the number of faculty meetings that we have attended. We had one-on-one conversations with Spanish immersion teachers. We have tried to do our due diligence to bring information to the board as a united cabinet. This is a recommendation from all of us as a whole who have served in the capacity of teachers to assistant principals to principals in various capacities to bring all of those components together. So I do not want to give the impression that this was already a contrived, preconceived plan. I just want to be really clear and kind of echo what Ms. Faulkner said. There was a lot of work from a lot of people that went into these recommendations. And yes, Ms. Ryan, I hear you clearly. if there were other opportunities for us to make other recommendations, but opening Selma and opening Cibolo Creek, that was decided a long time ago. That was a bond a long time ago, and now we're just trying to do our due diligence with taxpayers' money and do what we told them we were gonna do when they passed the bond. And so my whole point is, this was a united effort, lots of people involved in this. This is not Dr. Fields standing up here alone making a recommendation. It's all of us, from teachers, principals, parents, community members, trying to give input.
I'd also say, now, what I've heard from curriculum and Dr. Toppin is that one of the areas that we really struggle right now is at 7th grade, middle school. And we stand ready, again, these are recommendations. If the board comes back and says they want us to close down a middle school, we will do our best to align those numbers and make sure that we increase the numbers across the board. But to Mr. Macias's point, I'm not getting the feedback from the cabinet that that's the best way to go right now in terms of retention of our middle school students and what's best for them academically. Any feedback, Dr. Thompson?
Yes, sir, I can always talk. I do agree with you wholeheartedly. This is something that I'm real passionate about. I was a former middle school principal, so I feel very strongly about the numbers of kids that we have on our middle school campuses and what is the best learning environment for middle school students. And I had the honor and the pleasure of being a parent of a GT kid and a parent of an autistic son. And I do know what class sizes will do in students that have learning disabilities and students that are driven to do the best that they can. And so when we keep talking about this, and I do want to keep emphasizing, because in the back of my mind, I keep thinking about, we are going to open up 2 new schools in the fall. That's non-negotiable. It's going to happen. And for us to have this conversation about, well, we can just close down a school and just go back to being 5 middle schools. We went and we're building Cibolo Creek because kids were on the bus for an hour going to school and from, my son being one, because he was the one leaving on Wagner High School and catching the bus and going to Veterans because that is the pathway that he wanted to go. So when we're sitting and talking about why Cibolo Creek and why it's where it's at, it was done purposely because we had a lot of kids that were taking long bus rides to go to Kitty Hawk every day because they did not have a middle school in that area. And so we did that purposely. We also know that our district continues to grow. We have houses going up right now. We have apartment complexes going up right now. We see the growth on not only just the south side of the district, but also in the middle of our district. We are going to continue to grow as long as there's farmland to be purchased and houses to be built and apartment complexes to be built. So this is a conversation we're going to have to continue to come back to as our district continues to grow. And what I do want us to keep in mind that our middle school population is the most vulnerable population that we have in our district. Yes, elementary, we're hands-on as parents when we have kids in K through 5, and then they start going through puberty and doing different things and thinking different ways, and we kind of want to take our hands off, but this is a time we should be gathering around our kids and being really involved in what's going on in their lives, because grades 6, 7, and 8 are very difficult. And so again, I will always be a strong supporter of keeping our middle school small, because that is where we need to stay small for the sake of our children.
Dr. Fields, I was just going to add that, in terms of looking at closing the schools, a possible middle school closure, as we begin to move students around in order to reach those capacities, in some of our locations, those campuses would almost reach their full capacity with just the loading of those students. And so by doing that, yes, you have campuses that are at capacity at that point. Unfortunately, then you may be looking at in a year or two trying to reopen another middle school at that particular point. And so, we do need to consider the fact that it is costly to close down a school, as well as then have to turn around and reopen it later on. I know, at least from the technology side, and speaking with some of my colleagues over at San Antonio ISD, where they have had to close down some schools, it was very costly to take the technology out of those buildings. And in some cases, they've had to go back and put it back in so that they could utilize it for other things. So I think those are considerations that if you're really talking about doing something that drastic, knowing what our numbers look like, and as Dr. Toppin talked about, the growth that may come to the district, we know that it is going to grow. We want to make sure that we have the ability to accept those students on those campuses.
Thank you.
And so what I wanted to say, and I'll get to you in a minute, Ms. Stanford, is that, while we would love to take more time for this, there are timelines that are involved that require us to make a decision quickly. Transportation has to get new routes set. We have registration that will open soon, and we have back-end work that has to be done to make sure that the appropriate choices are loaded into the registration system. We have to look at hiring. We have to look at which staff moves where. We have to then coordinate actual movement. And then there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that we don't necessarily think about until you start actually looking at, okay, this is going to happen, what happens behind it. So it is important for us to go ahead and make this decision now. Ms. Stanford, you had something?
Well, I feel like we have kind of a small window as we're going to be getting more information as we see how vouchers are going to impact us, and as we see what the state is going to do with their funding, we'll have a better picture going into the new budget season. And we might find at that point that we have to look more seriously at closing a middle school. That could happen. We're trying not to do that because it's costly to close it too. So I'm looking at this as a time that we have right now while we're still waiting for more information to come in with the voucher situation. The state funding is still up in the air. We know something's coming, we don't know how much. So I wouldn't be for trying to close a middle school now. I'd like to wait and see what the numbers look like going into next year when we have more information.
All right. Sounds like we're discussed out.
Thank you.
Dr. Fields, would you go ahead to the intruder detection audit?
Yes, ma'am. We can speak more about this in closed session later.
Okay, thank you.
There was one thing I wanted to bring up, though, is the taper came out. We forwarded it to the board. I can tell you that originally when we gave those baseline numbers, it didn't include Star Alt. We put those numbers in. Apparently, the scores have gone up. So we're going to come back to the board and ask that we change our projected numbers or our target numbers on the scorecard going forward as well to match the scores being higher than what we anticipated.
So we'll have that strategic roundtable coming up that we can talk
In
about that
February,
then?
yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
All right.
All right, moving on to consideration of consent items. If anyone would like to pull one, please let me know. Ms. Ryan?
Yes, ma'am. C as in Charlie, G as in golf, I as in India.
Ms. Stanford? Yeah, we'll do it at the end. Ms. Faulkner, did you want to pull something? Mr. Macias? We'll read that after we do our vote. Mr. Salinas, did you need to pull an item from consent? Ms. Eaton?
No, ma'am.
All right. So the vote is for A, B, E, F, H, and J. I move that we approve the items listed A, B, E, F, H, and J.
Second.
If you'll go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Moving back to item C, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000. Ms. Ryan?
Yes, I was a little confused. What is the funding source, the Safe Cycle 2 grant? What is that to be used for?
Ms. Davis?
The Safe Cycle 2 grant can be used for anything related to safety. Currently, we are using it to purchase equipment for the police department for technology. That includes the safety and security part of the technology, as well as transportation. We did contact TEA and specifically ask about purchasing this bus simulator after hearing from Ms. Stanford in the last board workshop. If we could look into using a grant to possibly purchase this when transportation shared this, and we did. We contacted TEA, and they gave us approval to move forward with using the Safe Cycle 2 grant for
And
this
we have an email
purpose.
confirming, because I have the Safe Cycle 2 list of things you can spend it on, and there is nothing even close to being related to bus driver safety at all in here. And I'm wondering what other options we looked at for that money, because this can be used for suicide prevention and intervention, is one of the things on here. We know how much this board has talked about that. Be used for new panic button technology, like the ones that were at the one school where it was right on their badge and everyone hit the panic button. Because I'm confused, because in program review, this was something we were going to maybe think about next year if we had a bunch of extra money floating around, is what
That part was
transportation
not
brief.
made clear. The question was asked, can we look into a grant? We did, and I can provide you the email with confirmation from TEA saying, yes,
That
we
they
can
use this.
use this for the bus simulator. The safety is not for the bus drivers. It's to train the bus drivers properly so that we can keep the safety of our students and parents while driving. It also helps in different ways. One of the things that, when we went through insurance, you particularly had many questions about how to reduce the cost of insurance. And this is one way to do that. When we embed ways to properly train our bus drivers by purchasing this bus simulator, it could help
Reduce liability, increase compliance, and then real-time feedback with the simulation
Yes.
when they go through. So
That is
as the bus drivers go through, they can sense what the issues are and then be able to course correct. In addition, if we find that, a bus driver needs to be remediated, this program can be used for that as well. I know we originally talked about it, and we said that we were going to divert the funds to make those gates. And it was our impression that the board wanted us to go out and see if we could find other ways to fund the simulator, and we thought we were doing that.
Correct, and again, it's not about finding other ways to fund the simulator, it's about if we have a pot of money, what should the board spend that pot of money on, right? So if there's, an extra $122,000 in this grant, I guess it would be nice if the board could see what the options are that this grant could be spent on, so that we as a group of 7 could say, what's most important to our district goals? Is it suicide prevention? Is it counselors and social workers and restorative justice? Is it behavioral health services? Or is it bus driver training, right? Because those are all things that can be paid for out of this grant. So
There is,
the board should know that they have the option to spend this $122,000 on other things, right? It doesn't have to be spent on bus driver. It could be something that's higher on our, board goals, right?
I would say that that's always going to be the option every time we bring you something. We can spend it on what we're recommending, or you guys could spend it on something else. So to give the impression that in this case, there's other things that the board could spend the money on, there's always going to be that case. If you're asking us where we feel the priority is right now, this is what we mentioned, this is what we brought back.
Okay, so you're
If the board-
recommending this over suicide prevention or mental health counseling. Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Dr. Fields, I would like for Dr. Gosh to add one piece on the Safety and Security Committee.
Yeah, so I did want to address the fact that as far as the Cycle 2, the SAFE grant that we have taken multiple things to the district-wide Safety and Security Committee, which is made up of local law enforcement as well as district personnel, and I know we have some board members that sit on that committee and work towards identifying different places to utilize these funds. So in response to Ms. Ryan, I do want to state that some of the things that have already been purchased, as Ms. Davis said, we have purchased safes we are purchasing, in the process of purchasing safes for the elementary campuses as we add officers to those sites. We've also bought equipment for our police officers utilizing these grant funds. We will also be bringing to you next month panic buttons for the classroom that will be utilized from the funds that we have with this. We are also looking at, and we have priced them out, we will be looking at metal detectors based on the recommendations from the safety committee that will be provided to Rutledge Stadium. But what's unique about those is that they can also be moved, so if we need them at other events or other locations, and that came at the request. So we do have a significant amount of funds that are allocated for items specifically associated with that. I know that we did have some personnel costs in there as well, but opted to remove those costs out of those funds so that we could provide some of the additional technology, as well as some of these other safety features that we want to be able to provide across the district. So I just wanted to provide some clarification.
And
as
those
to
were things
what-
already purchased, correct?
Those are things that have been selected to be purchased with the money, and we have actually earmarked those for those. Some of these, we are still collecting bids and quotes for those, which you will see those come very soon, because all of these funds must be spent by August 30th of 2024, and we have to have received all the equipment. So it's not reoccurring funds to pay for things beyond August 30th. So we have identified those items, and we will be bringing those to the board in January and February for approval so we can receive them.
Have we purchased anything from these grants funds?
We have purchased items for the police department with the grant funds already, and I would have to look to see what else we have purchased thus far.
Police training
The police
simulators.
training simulator, that is one of the big things that we
So
did
a police
purchase with
training
it.
simulator. Now we're talking about a bus driving simulator, but we're talking about what the priorities are.
Correct.
Ms. Stanford?
As I recall, part of the discussion was that our buses were being in quite a few accidents. Were we not concerned about the number of accidents that were happening?
No, ma'am. The
No?
reason why we said, now, we have had bus accidents, but I don't want to give the impression that the reason why we're
Well-
asking for a simulator is because we have this enormous amount of bus accidents. What I am saying is that this benefits the district, and we talked about it, and it decreases the insurance policy as well. I thought the board was in favor of this and asked us to go back and look for it, so we did.
I thought it was to address, to make our bus drivers more efficient.
Reduce cost of insurance, create
Reducing the cost of
scenarios
insurance
where
was
they
big.
could, without having to go into the neighborhoods and see the tailwinds in the back, they would be able to do that on the simulator and be able to practice that way as well. But those were the conversations we had.
Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Dr.
Please.
Fields, I need to add one other item. I apologize, I just pulled up the spreadsheet here. And we actually do have dollars out of the Cycle 2 SAFE grant right now allocated specifically for mental health counseling for our staff. So that is already included in the dollars, and that is also included even if we buy the bus simulator. So we do have funds in there for counseling.
And we still have not expended all the funds. In fact, the reason that we did move forward, one of the reasons we did is the initial award was a certain amount, but we received an additional $176,000. So this bus simulator doesn't
waiting
even
for that.
cover that
Thank you.
cost. So all that to say, we've encumbered about $383,000 to include those things that Dr. Gosh just mentioned. We still have money available. Part of the restrictions always with any grant is you have to consider collecting what all those bids are, bringing it to the board, and then ensuring that we receive those items in time before the grant ceases. Otherwise, then we have to pay it out of local money. So yes, we have access to grants and allotments, and yes, we would not move forward on buying anything without TEA approval, which we've secured. So just wanted to point that out.
I appreciate it.
We
Yes,
have also purchased with these funds, this is already being planned out right now, and we are walking campuses to do it, but we have purchased software utilizing these funds, which map out all of our safety and security equipment on the campus. So it will provide us with the information as to when AEDs expire, when fire extinguishers need to be replaced, where all of that equipment is. And so that has already been purchased. That was a purchase that was under $50,000. So you did not see that, so that might not be one that you saw with the grant funds, but it has been purchased and we are implementing it right now.
Thank you so much.
Well, my point was, it's a safety issue, and our community's very sensitive about safety on campuses, but also in the buses. Wherever their children are, they want the safest environment possible. And this will make our bus drivers better and therefore safer for the kids, right? And we get an advantage with a reduction in insurance.
Yes, ma'am.
So I looked at this as a good thing. I would like to hear follow-up, though. I'd like to hear how it's working and what kind of results we're seeing from it.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Faulkner?
Dr. Gosh, you stated that there is a safety committee made up of many local law enforcement, and y'all have come up this, so I guess what I'm trying to say is, a lot of what you're speaking to is the recommendation of the committee that put in the work, that brings forth the recommendations to us.
Yes, ma'am, that
Thank
is
you.
correct. So it is a requirement by TEA that we have a district-wide safety and security committee. And so we do have community members and we do have fire department and local law enforcement that attend those meetings. I believe Ms. Conoyer sits on that committee as well. And this is a list of items that has been provided. And so we prioritized those lists before we looked at the bus simulator to make sure that we could, provide for those things that the committee had identified first and then look at the bus simulator. And I do need to make one point of clarification is that we have to have everything spent by August of 2025. I
You
believe
said
I
that
stated
earlier. Yes,
24
ma'am.
because that's where we're at right now. But it is August 2025 that we have to have everything spent. I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Dr. Fields,
Yes, ma'am.
this side. I just wanted, can I just add a point? As a mother of two current Judson students who both ride the bus for the first time this year, that's very important to me as well. One is at Wagner in T-STEM and one is at JECA, two programs that we hold dear. My children, again, Dr. Toppin mentioned one of her children is also special ed. My kids are GT and in special programs. Of course, their safety is important, but it is extremely important to Monica Ryan's point of their social, emotional, and the whole child, right? But I just want to make sure that the district understands, we are putting resources into our students' mental health, physical health, social, emotional health, but a lot of that comes through us being part of the Future Ready Plan through Partnerships Future Ready Plan, because the city's a Future Ready Plan. So there are a lot of resources, funding resources that go into those programs that save us money. It's in kind. I just went to trauma-informed care training 2 weeks ago. We have restorative practices training for our campuses. So those funds are being given to the district. We are not having to pay for some of that. Not to say we can never use more money. We can always use more money. I just want it to be known that there are resources that are going into other programs that we just don't have to come out of the fund balance with.
I appreciate your feedback. I think what I'm trying to get across, though, is that it's not always an either or. If we do this, we can't do something else. This was the recommendation. This is what we went out and brought back. You can see the amount of energy and information that went into bringing it. So it's not because we're recommending this, we're not recommending something else. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Macias.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to start off. But I mean, I know that, Dr. Fields, you're not going to rebut when Ms. Ryan says, so you don't care about suicide prevention, or that's such a fallacy. Of course you do, right? And of course, as Dr. Johnson said, of course we do. So, Ms. Ryan, if it's important to you, bring it onto the agenda, and let's talk about more about what we're doing to do suicide prevention. Don't attack the superintendent that he's not picking either or, because this agenda item is about transportation. So anyway, we're off topic, but just wanted to just echo that sentiment. Thank you.
I move that we approve expenditures equal or greater to $50,000.
So there's a motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Stanford. We'll go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. Item D, consider and take action regarding approving the attached amendments to the budget for the 2025 fiscal year. Ms. Stanford, you pulled this.
Real quickly, this part that I'm pulling has to do with funds we received from Jeff for various campuses. I couldn't tell which amount we received from the chart here. Was it a total of 46.7?
Yes, ma'am.
07?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I wanted to thank Jeff for that donation to our district.
Thank you.
And that's all I wanted to say.
I move that we approve the attached amendments to the budget for the 2025 fiscal year.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Stanford. We'll go ahead and vote. Motion passes 7-0. Item G, consider and take action regarding approving new innovative courses for the 2025-2026 school year. Ms. Ryan, you pulled this.
Yeah, so I had a number of questions on this one. So if I'm reading this right, we're adding even more engineering down in the Wagner pathway? Another one of the engineering CTE pathways?
Yes, ma'am.
We already have engineering foundations and now adding drone unmanned vehicle career pathway.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I guess that continues to be confusing because I looked up some of the Bureau of Labor and it predicts minimal, quote, minimal job growth for drone pilots, according to the Department of Labor. But also, we're continuing, and to Ms. Faulkner's point too, which is, the demands of the, communities we're very diverse in terms of the types of programs that people want in different areas of our district. So Ms. Faulkner saying down at Wagner in her area that they need more blue collar, type programs in that area is what she's, okay. Okay, sorry, I'll go back and watch the tape, so I guess I'll withdraw that till we all watch it and see who heard it.
Facebook, I'm sure, so that's fine.
Ma'am. Go ahead, please, Ms. Ryan.
Okay, I guess I'm wondering, why are we not looking at, again, more engineering pathways in other areas of the district? And I guess kind of, what was the source of these innovative school program choices? Was a survey sent to students asking them what career pathways they wanted added to it? Did something go out to families asking what career pathways they want? Did our economic development councils in all of our cities, did we send a survey to them to ask about the most up-and-coming things that we need in our local community? Did we look at Bureau of Labor certificates of the growing, type industries? Because, engineering is an area, career-wise, I'm a little more aware of, and, there is an entire generation retiring right now of civil, electrical, mechanical, structural engineers, that in the next 10 years, those guys are all dropping their retirement and moving to Florida. And so to see, we still do not have, and it's the number one thing I get contacted from parents in the northern feeder pattern is a lack of engineering. And there's a lot of engineering firms up there in that area too. So kind of how did we determine what the demand was, or did we just kind of just pick classes?
I will turn this over to Dr. Gosh because she was the one who put this together. But it's my understanding that if something's not on the elective program, then students can't elect it when we get ready to create our.
There's several factors, and I also know that Dr. Steele is in the audience
Yes.
on
Yes.
this evening.
Oh, you want to defer to
That-
Dr.
I was gonna
Steele?
go first,
And let her
Dr.
go ahead.
Steele.
I know
Okay,
there's a
gotcha.
lot of
This
things
was
in our
based on her
CTE
request.
programs that are governed by the state.
Right, but what I'm trying to get at is that if it's not on the course selection guide, we can't select them. So the key is to get them on the course selection. But I guess,
Correct.
Dr. Steele, they're asking why, on here, it states the course, but it also states the campus that we're targeting.
Just for clarification, Wagner has had 2 engineering programs for a very long time.
Yes, ma'am. Going back to when I was there.
One has kind of floated around robotics, and the other has floated around aviation. We're not adding any new programs. As I kind of spoke about before, last year, TEA came out with a rollout that caused major havoc in CTE. They realigned programs, they realigned certifications. A couple of years ago, we received a grant from the D. Howard Foundation, the drone grant that I know we spoke about. We had students earning drone certifications. TEA moved the drone certification to a new program of study called drone engineering. It's now an official program of study. It used to be under transportation, now it's under engineering. So all we've done is tweak the aviation program to keep the drone program because there's a great deal of interest at Wagner to maintain that certification. So we haven't changed a lot, but that's the new intro course to allow us to continue that pathway so our students can still follow that drone certification.
And there was no interest in engineering from anywhere up in the veterans feeder pattern? None of those students' parents wanted engineering?
No, this is like, I have kids in this program, and we're not starting a new program. We're just tweaking the existing program that used to be aviation, and it now has a new title. But I have kids existing in this program.
I guess I'm
renaming
confused. This, when we approve this each year, this is where we're adding programs and classes and career paths
I
that
think-
we're gonna have next school year.
Yes, ma'am.
So like at veterans, we're gonna add the exercise, science, and wellness CTE path that exists, and we don't have that now, I guess, type thing. So I guess, why is that the only, was that the number one demanded program according to parents, students, and EDCs up in that area?
I think what she's trying to communicate, Ms. Ryan, is that they already have this program over there. They're renaming it. So we're trying to get
Yes.
in with this new name, once again, where we'll have the election on the course selection catalog, so the kids will be able to take it. Also, it would be the equivalent of, right now, cosmetology is at veterans. And if they had to rename something so the students could still take cosmetology at veterans, we wouldn't then challenge to say, should we be putting cosmetology at Wagner? Or culinary arts from Wagner at veterans? So what we're saying is we're trying to maintain the same course, we're just
Yes.
naming it something else.
Okay, I guess my
Exactly.
question is more than, why are there not more things on, and I guess not why is this on the list, then the question is, why aren't there more things on the list? Because this is the list that, once we approve it, this drives the high school course catalog and the course selection sheets, and what's going to be available to all those incoming ninth graders next year. So why are there not more programs of study in some of our schools other than, so the only thing we're going to add next year across is exercise, science, and veterans?
Okay, to speak to that, one, space is an issue at all of our high schools. And CTE requires space, and some programs require a lot of space. And so we have to look at where those are. Like I said, the intro to, I think it's drone and aviation, I can't think of it right now, that is the freshman course. It's not a whole program, it's a single course that TEA approved last year that has to be part of the drone pathway if we want to continue drone and aviation, which Wagner told us on no uncertain terms, yes, we want to keep this. So that's an existing program, and we're just changing the freshman course. In terms of the exercise, science, and wellness, that is also a new program that TEA put together. When they put together new programs of study, they usually test out the courses as innovative courses, and then eventually they migrate to regular courses.
Meaning that when we see kinesiology 1 here, we would start out there, but we wouldn't start kinesiology 1 and 2.
No, and we had a lot of discussion about this because when we offer CTE programs, we offer programs of study. Last year, we added Accounting 1 and Real Estate, which are going to be full-blown programs of study this year. The problem with exercise science is I had no program to add that to at Veterans to pilot. Dr. Arredondo, and I don't know if she's here this evening,
She was unable to attend tonight.
she has advocated for this for multiple years. Why can't you do sports medicine? And I kept telling her, sports medicine does not have a CTE service ID. We can't pay for it. Exercise, science, and wellness, and then the 2 kinesiology courses that we will bring in as that program grows. It is basically a reflection of the existing sports medicine that's being taught, which means that all 3 of our high schools offer a sports medicine program that they teach. I know Judson and Veterans does. Mr. R.C. Wagner has sports medicine? Not yet. Okay.
Okay, and we're saying, even though veterans is going to go down to only 1,400 students, according to our attendance lines, there is no room physically in that building for engineering essentials or some sort of engineer pathway at all at veterans?
I would have to refer to Dr. Arredondo.
Okay.
Because that's what I've been told is we're not able to expand. The issue is, at Veterans, and Mr. Pocket's after me at Judson, their existing sports medicine students will eventually fall under, as their kids phase out and we bring in exercise science, CTE will get money for students in those seats, which we then can turn around and pay coaches or experienced trainers
Trainers,
or
strength and conditioning.
other people. So we, as CTE, will be able to absorb some existing salaries that now come out of local FTEs. And the program is essentially the sports medicine. So we're going to be getting money from students in those seats, which are now filled in sports medicine at Veterans. It's a hugely popular program. And they're going to transition to this CTE program, which will give us more funding, which will free up funding for the school and FTEs for them to do other things with.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's kind of a win-win for both programs.
I guess just remains frustrating geographically. While I adore Mr. Arcee and would love, so many people would love to send their kids down to Wagner. I looked this morning and it was 24 miles and a 47-minute drive. And so we are excluding so many families from all of these engineering opportunities, which clearly are in high demand, because I looked at his course, like there's 24 kids sitting in all those classes, like they're loving, there's all these kids who love engineering. It is, amazing careers. And right now, frankly, the kids in the northern little, too far to drive segment are being excluded, which again, is why we're losing them to, there are much closer science, technology, engineering charter schools that are much closer to drive to. So if we continue to not offer it somewhere that's geographically close to them, then I guess we're just going to keep losing the students, so.
Any other discussion? I move that we approve the new innovative courses for 2025-2026 school year.
Second.
Motion by myself, second by Ms. Faulkner. You'll go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. Item I, consider and take action regarding approving the Judson ISD 2025-2026 instructional calendar as presented. Ms. Ryan, you pulled this as well.
Sorry, I got tons of questions from staff, teachers, and everybody else on this one, because apparently there was only an A and B option with nowhere to type any notes. So they had tons of questions about stuff, but there was only an option A and then clearly a throwaway option because it had it just didn't even, the second option didn't even make any sense. So could you explain the math of the operational minutes to me? I've tried to do some Algebra 1, and I can't quite figure it out.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Top.
Yes. When we are calculating the operational minutes for students, you do calculate based on the number of minutes that a district has. We are required to have a minimum of 420 minutes. Judson ISD is at 440 minutes. So you do the 440 minutes, multiply that times 170, and you will get a total of roughly around about 74,000 and some change. The other thing that we are able to do is that we have what we call professional development days, which are the blue days that are on the calendars. The state allows us to add those minutes back in if we use professional development days after the beginning of the school year. We always have 5 at the beginning of the school year. You can sprinkle an additional 5 professional development days throughout the school year, and that can add up to 2,100 minutes to the overall operational minutes for the school year. So when you take that, I think it's 1,680 minutes that we have 4 days, and I'm not a math person, so I'm trying to recall my numbers, but you have 4 days of those blue days, multiply that times 420, you get like 1,680, you add that 1,680 minutes to the 74,000, and that's how we came up with the 76,480 minutes for the entire school year.
Okay, I think our minutes might be off by a few minutes, but that's okay. That's what I was wondering, and so that was my follow-up question, is do we intend to request another instructional waiver this year for
We
professional
do every
development
year. We
minutes?
do every
Okay,
year.
just making sure, because we don't, we approve that later on in the
Yes.
year, but that's our intent to request that. What happened to the half-days before breaks? Because a lot of the teachers that reached out did not indicate that they asked that those be removed, that they liked the half-days before the breaks, at least, a number of them that reached out to me. So did that come out of, a teacher or staff committee to remove those?
We were talking about overall the instructional minutes, and also when you're talking about instructional minutes, you're looking at it from the standpoint of, are we utilizing all of our minutes? What we found through our research is that a lot of our school districts around us have gotten rid of those half-days, because what it ends up being is that our attendance takes a massive hit on those days because students do not come to school, because you're only in school for 3.5 hours or 4 hours, so parents just keep their students at home. So when you start looking at ADA on the days that we were taking for half-days, I started looking at surrounding districts, and we usually go with the big three, which is San Antonio ISD, Northeast, and Northside, looking at what they were doing, because when I looked at the numbers, we were looking at some of our high schools were sitting at around about 72% ADA on those half-days. Every time we had a half-day before we took the week before Thanksgiving, the 2 weeks before Christmas, the Friday before spring break, we took massive hits in our attendance at every level, elementary, middle, and high. And so when I was going around and kind of conversing with people that are, that we normally look at, because we try to align our calendar to our big three that's in here, because we have teachers coming from all over, what I have noticed and what they have told me, they have removed those early release days off their calendar, and mainly because of that. And so although it did not come out of, because we talked with ESAC, we talked with our teacher task force, we talked with our academic leaders group, we talked with our principals, we talked with several different groups of people, although it was not one of the things that was listed as one of the days that they wanted to give up, there were other things in the calendar that they did want. And so that is, again, making sure we get out before June. That was, again, making sure that we kept the week for Thanksgiving, making sure that we cut the time at elementary was another thing on that. So when we're trying to look at how we're utilizing our days, are we being fruitful? Because if we do, the only way that we can get full funding for those early release days is if we had to add funding and add in minutes back into our calendar, we had to add PD to those days. So if we don't add PD to the end of those days, we had to only calculate those days at 210 minutes.
Okay, well, that'll be an easy data point to find for next year then, right? Because you'll have this year's data with half-days.
Yes.
And then you'll have next year's ADA
Yes.
without the half-days, so that'll be real easy to see if it's just parents who are all booking flights a day early, or it's just because of half-day. So remind me to ask you that next year when we
I believe it's a half-day. I mean, we've even had to come back to the board and say, hey, the day before Christmas break, the day before spring break, the day before Thanksgiving, can we do the 2-hour deal?
Yeah.
Because the focus, it's not there right before a long break.
Yeah,
So,
no, it'll be great, just get some teacher feedback and then see what the data is next year, now that we'll have two
Yes,
side-by-side
ma'am.
years where we do it one way, and
Will
then
do.
we do it
And I
another
do
way.
want to point out that I did take that into consideration when I did the teacher prep and planning day. You will see that on the calendar, it is a day that can be used as a flex day. So if you don't want to
Right.
come in on that Friday before Christmas break, you can take that as one of your flex days for next year.
Questions about, okay, Halloween. So off on Friday of Halloween, which I'm pretty sure is a ridiculously high attendance day because no one at elementary wants to miss the costume parade or the word parade or whatever you call it at your school type thing. So to be off on Halloween, which is a pretty big deal in elementary, which is a Friday, come back on Monday, back off on Tuesday. Like, I'm imagining attendance on Monday for us student-wise is gonna be, I'm going on a 4-day weekend. I mean, like, to be off on a Friday and then off on the Tuesday and try and come back on the Monday, I didn't understand that little sequence.
So the 4th on November is traditionally a day that we do not have kids on campus because of elections. And we open up our campuses. We try to be good citizens in our neighborhoods and open up our campus for voting sites.
Yeah, we can have the kids here, but it's a voting primary and it's.
And so the other thing about that is that I had to calculate some kind of way for those minutes to calculate that, and we sat down and talked about it. We are a military city, so I'm not going to take away November the 11th, which was the other holiday that was there. So we either have students in class on the day that we have voting going on our campus when we're open to the community to do that. The 31st was something that we talked with our elementary principals because they feel that having a parent conference day in October is critical because that'll be right after BOY, right after the first 9 weeks. And they were like, can we work out a way where we can do parent conference days? We tried, I think a year or so ago, we tried to do 2 half-days back-to-back, and we gave everybody, got out 2 hours early. That didn't go over well. And so they were like, let's not do that again. And so they said, can we just have a full day? And I was like, okay, so where can we put that? Because, and again, in addition, one of the requests from our teachers committee was that they wanted a fall break, which is why you see that October the 10th and the 13th, they want a break in fall. So I was trying to make sure that was really popular this year. We're going to do it again this upcoming year. That was one of the things that we put in. So if I do the fall break, where am I going to put that parent conference? And we're not going to do the 2 hour
Why not the
early
3rd? Let me shorten it down to, why not the 3rd? Why not the Monday then? Why do it on the Friday, come back on Monday, and then off on Tuesday? You see the math of that?
Yeah, because we have a 29th, we have on that day also, we have a day because they asked for another day with their staff after school started on the 29th. So we're taking Labor Day and September the 29th also.
Okay, no, I'm asking.
She's talking about October 31st.
I may not be articulating this the right way. So instead of Friday the 31st being the day off, why not Monday the 3rd?
Because in talking with our principals, they felt the 31st was a good day.
Okay.
Because whatever you're
nobody
going
wants
to
to do costume parades, and you don't think we're going to have attendance issues?
We're not saying you cannot do costume parades. You can do costume parades on the 30th. It doesn't matter if it's the 30th or the 31st. What we really wanted to make sure is that we gave them the time to hold parent conferences during a full day.
I'm not disputing parent conferences, just to be clear. I'm just disputing whether that is on the Friday or the Monday. So, because I feel like, and I love a lot of parent friends, obviously, if that Monday, if we're off on Friday and Thursday, we're going on vacation that weekend and we're not coming in on Monday. We meaning the collective parental whoever's type thing. So that just didn't make a lot of sense, and I think we're going to take a hit on ADA, and that's interesting that all the principals concurred on that without talking to their teachers.
We talked to teachers.
Okay. Why are there so many days off during February? Almost every month of February is now a 4-day week, and that's really the heart of teaching is going on, the doldrums of February. Right?
Actually, February.
There's 3, I mean, the students are off 3 days.
Students are off in February for 3 days. February and October are the hardest months in teaching. That is what I heard loud and clear from every teacher group that we talked to, that those 2 months, we need a break. And so I can't give you holidays during that month because the only way the minutes worked out is that we had to have it. And so in order to do that, we did do 4-day weeks in February because kids are tired too. And so in talking with principals and talking with teachers, they're like, can we do something about February and October? So October, you get the fall break. February, you get 2 teacher planning days. One of those days can be that you can use it as a flex day, otherwise known as Super Bowl Monday. We will not talk about that. And then we also worked in a professional development day because one of the things we've heard from our novice teachers and our DOI teachers is that they need days where they can get professional development. So we're talking about changing the way we're doing our PD on those days. We may be pulling those people on those particular days to provide them with more support.
the only other question I had is, has Alamo Community College firmly set their spring break for
Yes,
next
ma'am.
year?
It's the 9th through the 13th.
And
It's the 9th through the 13th.
they're not going to change it?
They learned their
They-
lesson.
Okay. That's why I'm like.
There was a lot of conversation at Region 20 about that change that happened at Alamo Colleges. So they've already put their calendar out for
Out.
next year,
And
and that was the first thing I checked.
Pinky promised everybody they're not going
I
to
can't
change
pinky
that.
promise,
The
but I
school
don't know.
districts. Okay, have any other school districts around us already passed theirs also?
Yes, I checked with Northeast, I believe is one, and then North Side, and we're all in sync, right, for now.
Okay. Have you given a call to Shirt Cibolo to sniff them out?
Church Cibolo, I believe, is waiting on us.
Okay. Y'all can like conspire together. I think everybody wants to be on the same general calendar
Yeah, but
because,
Church Cibolo is really trying to be in compliance with Comal and some of the other smaller districts, New Braunfels. So I can't guarantee that they're going to be the second week in March.
from talking to
They
their
may
board
go
members,
to
they
third.
stick to, because they are they do all their dual credit, not at a JECA, they do it in their two high schools. So they stick to Alamo Community College's schedule
Alamo
as
Community
much as
College
they
is the
can.
9th through the 13th.
So if they're
this
the 9th
upcoming
through
year.
the 13th, okay, those were my major concerns, is not to, it is much better to never change the schedule once it's approved than go back and have to make changes, because that impacts our families and our staff. Yes. All right, those were the questions I had, thank you.
Mr. Salinas?
For a number of years that I worked here, these people here do not make that decision. They don't make the calendar. They give the opportunity to every employee, and I believe that includes the principal. What is it on this calendar that you want? And I'm glad they do that. It's not their calendar. This is our employees who are the most important ones. And I agree with everything that they are recommending, and I'm talking about the employees, that they recommended to these people that have to make the calendar. Because they know the days they need to be off, or they know the days that they need to have a work day, or the students are going to be off, whether I think she said in February. Well, so what? It's been approved by the employees, and they're hoping that we approve their recommendation. And these people put it together. And whatever they put together, I'm going to support. Thank you.
And Mr. Sleeves, that's why I think I mentioned at the beginning, what would be really helpful is the way it was sent out this year, it wasn't only an A and B option. They didn't give anywhere, like, they didn't ask anything about days or any of that stuff. It was, you just got to approve A or B. So the ones who had tons of questions, they just had to choose the better of the two, even though they had questions. So I think if we give them a chance to have a remarks on that form, so that if there are questions or concerns, and then all of a sudden you see 50, 60, all of the same questions, I think that will make their input look more valued, that at least some of those things were considered. And when it was only given A and B, they really didn't feel like they had another choice, because B was like, I don't know, it was way longer school hours, way more minutes. It was really a throwaway option is the way they kind of looked at it. So just something we can look at when we send these things out to get more authentic input from our staff, I think would be great.
Just a point of clarification.
Yes,
Just a point of clarification. 4 years, and you can ask anyone, it's always been A or B.
Yep.
Maybe there's a C, but it's always been A or B. For the history of Judson ISD, it's always, when I was a
voted on A or
principal,
B.
it was an A and B. So, I mean, and we do get feedback from the teachers. We may not get it when we send it out on the A or B, but we don't even create it until we've gotten feedback from the teachers on how it should look. So it's going to be A and B next year. It's always A and B.
And Dave, I'm sorry, can I say something?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And I believe they vote Because I think I saw something 1,500 or,
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I don't know what, how many against,
it's on this.
but
The staff has to vote for which one they want. And I will say that I did get questions, also a lot of questions. I answered every single one. If you email me, I will respond. And so the questions that were put forth got a response from me about why certain things were certain ways.
thank you.
So I move that we approve the Judson ISD 2025-2026 instructional calendar as presented.
Second.
Motion by myself, second by Ms. Faulkner. If you'll go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. Moving on to item 6, just for reference, board members, administration has asked to pull item C. They're not ready to present that tonight. Item 6A, discussion and possible action regarding approving attendance lines and campus boundaries. We had discussion earlier. Oh, I am so sorry. Consent agenda. Yeah, we had proclamation that we wanted to read. Mr. Macias, you have the one for item 5E, National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. Thank
Yeah.
you for reminding me.
Not a problem. Law Enforcement Appreciation Day is celebrated to recognize law enforcement officers who selflessly dedicate their lives to the protection and safety of our communities. Judson ISD law enforcement officers and their families make significant sacrifices to ensure that our communities and students remain safe. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim January 9th, 2025 as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day and encourage our community to join in activities and events that show support for our Judson ISD law enforcement officers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Fields, I believe you have something to share as well.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. And I'd like to read a condensed version of the proclamation for School Board Recognition Month, which states, School Board Recognition Month honors the community volunteers who serve on their local school boards. This year's theme is Leadership for Tomorrow's Texas. It's a time to cite meaningful contributions that the boards of education make to public education. And I, the Judson ISD Superintendent, do hereby proclaim January 2025 as School Board Recognition Month and urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of Ms. Suzanne Canoyer, Ms. Laura Stanford, Mr. Jose Macias, Ms. Deborah Eaton, Ms. Monica Ryan, Ms. Stephanie Faulkner, and Mr. Arnaldo Salinas as Judson ISD School Board members. Thank you guys for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Fields. All right. Item 6A, discussion and possible action regarding approving attendance lines and campus boundaries. I will open this up for discussion again. If someone else has anything to say? No? Okay, Mr. Macias?
I know that we had a thorough, robust discussion, but I just want to make sure I understand. I mean, I will support this agenda item, but the idea of offering a no transportation option for eighth graders, the idea of determining if it's a class of 16 students and it's one class, I'm starting to think maybe logistically it's only one thing. Just want to put that out there for you to make that assessment. It'll absolutely fall under management at this point because you have to make the determination if it's 300,000, but giving parents an option still I think would be empathetic. That's
Yes,
probably
sir.
the word. And like I said, ultimately today we'll vote on it. I support the measure because again, we can't make everyone happy. But I do want an out if there's a way to look and actually ask the students that are in eighth grade, hey, maybe we have an option once we pass this thing and look to see how to minimize the expense on it and come back for budget amendment if necessary. But I just want to make sure that that's not totally closed. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stanford?
Right, so I'm assuming that we are amending, what?
What was that?
We're amending the recommendation to not sunset the Spanish immersion program,
Correct.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So Then, seeing no further discussion, I will move that we accept the recommendations of staff regarding the changes, with the exception of continuing the Spanish immersion program at Wortham Oaks Elementary with 25 students enrollment at the first grade level next year with an evaluation down the line.
Second.
Motion by myself, second by Mr. Macias. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. Item B, discussion and possible action regarding approval of the second reading of changes to Judson ISD Board Policy EIC Local Academic Achievement Class Ranking for implementation in the 2025-2026 school year. Dr. Fields?
Yes, ma'am. This is simply the second reading of the recommendation for EIC Local, changing it from a percentage point to actual points applied for dual credit in honors classes.
Is there any discussion?
If I could just give another big thank you to everyone who served on the committee and took the time to go research all of our surrounding districts and compile this. I know that wasn't an easy task, and there's no perfect solution to this because there is no standard, but finding something that'll make our kids competitive in our region and finding, as good of a solution as can be found in this type of situation. I appreciate everybody all the high school principals and the cabinet who served to put this together. Thank you, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. I love it when a committee can bring a recommendation to the board for us to approve. I move that we approve the second reading of changes to Judson ISD Board Policy EIC Local as presented.
Second.
Motion by myself, second by Ms. Eaton. So go ahead and vote, please. It didn't go, Mr. Salinas. There we go. All right. Motion passes 7-0. As I said, we're pulling item C. Item D, discussion and possible action regarding approval of a one-time sign-on incentive for special education and bilingual teachers and paraprofessional new hires for the 2024-2025 school year. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. There was a while back that Ms. Ryan made a statement that we could use the title funds for recruitment, and this is our attempt at doing that. So, Ms. Davis, if you could go ahead and explain how we would do that for the existing employees as well as ones we're trying to recruit, but emphasizing it was just only be for this year, please.
Yes, sir. We have had the opportunity to look into the Title II carryover funds from last year, and we've heard the need from our board regarding how to better use Title II, as well as looking into looking for a way to recruit those hard-to-fill positions, especially for special education teachers, paras, bilingual teachers, and bilingual paraprofessionals. We have the opportunity to use the Title II carryover funds to give a one-time sign-on incentive for these group of professionals that we just mentioned, which would be new hires just for this school year only. And when you look at the breakdown, this school year, we've hired, as of November 21st, 21 SPED teachers, 15 SPED paras, 2 bilingual teachers. We've not hired any bilingual paras. If we were to give the incentive, being a one-time sign-on incentive for this school year, to that group of professionals, that's a total of $99,000. We currently have vacancies, 15 SPED teacher vacancies, 13 SPED para vacancies, 4 bilingual teachers, and 1 bilingual para. I see a mistake on that. I would like to clarify that's 1 bilingual para. And so if we were to fulfill all of those vacancies and actually fill them at a sign-on for $3,000 for teachers and $2,000 for the paraprofessionals, that would cost $85,000 for a total of $184,000. We do have Title II carryover funds that could carry that cost this year only.
Any discussion? Mr. Macias?
Yes, and again, just so I'm clear, it would only be for new employees?
Yes, sir. We could use Title II for recruitment. We obviously have our stipends for retention that we have for our SPED and bilingual teachers. But this would be to, hopefully in an effort to recruit the current vacancies that we still have.
And of course, I appreciate you bringing the recommendation, and we certainly need to do something in that area. But I want to just make sure on the equity, and so we're not able to do anything for our current employees, right? It's only a recruitment
We would.
mechanism. You would?
For the only the
This year.
current employees that were hired this year, because it's recruitment.
Okay, so none of our experienced employees then?
That is correct. Now, we do have the stipends for our current employees. I believe our stipends for the bilingual Spanish immersion and dual language teacher is $2,000, and we have these SPED stipends, which range from $2,000 to $3,000 depending on where they're placed. So those are what we consider retention stipends. But there was an effort to, what can we do to recruit? Why haven't we filled these vacancies? And it's very hard to fill a SPED teacher vacancy as well as bilingual teacher because there's a specific skill there. And so this is just in an effort to see if we can actually close the gap with the vacancies that we have this year.
Okay, and I mean, obviously, again, I support the effort to recruit. My concern would be the retention side of house and the experienced folks that may feel now that they're not as valued as someone that we're trying to recruit. And then so it's always a delicate balance, and we all know that delicate balance. During our budget section of this discussion, I did try to increase the stipends for our special ed and paras, but it just didn't work. We did something different. So I would ask Dr. Fields that we look at the potential of an additional stipend for equity purposes for everyone in that position and what that would cost. Because what I'm worried about is we could be sending a message, even though that's not the intent, but we could be sending a message that, what about us, about the experienced ones that are actually holding down things, and we're recruiting people and we're giving them more money. So that's my concern, and I certainly want to make sure.
May I respond to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
We also have engaged with TASB to start a stipend review, which will begin the second semester, and the results of it, we expect, I believe, April, in which case it's going to be embedded into our budget process, so we can take a look at our stipends to see if we are being comparable and competitive enough with our stipends. So that's already part of the process and the plan.
Certainly, certainly. Well, if I can get information sooner than the TASB study, I'd like to at least look at maybe January or February. Again, I don't know what we're dealing with in terms of the numbers and what that reality would look like, but obviously if we're going to give more to recruit, we're valuing recruits, but I also value our experienced folks that are here and they're doing the work, as we all do.
And we, once again, not one or the other.
Yeah, that's why I said we all
The
do.
reason why we brought this is because we have the funds available.
Sure.
With time. And, and we asked, and you asked. So we brought it back to where we could use these for recruitment. Now, what Ms. Davis is trying to say is that before we jump out there and make a decision just on this group, we'd ask that we take a comprehensive look at all the stipends. That way we can make a intelligent decision on how we move forward as opposed to just doing something right now. And this doesn't affect the local budget. I mean, this is time.
I understand. And of course, if we do something, it would only be for this year anyway, because this recruitment effort is only
Just for this year.
So I'm not asking that we compound our budget with all these extra, because we do have that stipend study that Ms. Faulkner has asked for that we really need to get a handle on. But in the interim, I mean,
we'd ask that we only stick with what we can use for the title. But if the board's saying they want us to go back and look at the feasibility of using local funds to,
in some effort to appreciate those that are here that wouldn't take advantage of the recruitment part of it, because retention is just as important as recruitment. I mean, if you focus too much on recruitment, you're not retaining. So both of them have to be addressed in some way. I will support this measure because I want us to do something to bring in folks to support our current people that are overwhelmed. And that has a very important value. So I'm not going to dismiss that as an important part of it. But naturally, just again, Our special ed folks are working very hard. I mean, we all are, right? But if there's something that's helping recruitment, I just feel it's better to balance it with something on the retention side.
Understood.
We'll look at that further, but appreciate the clarity.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ryan, you're next.
Similar to a few of the things Mr. Messias says. So the bottom half of this, yes, that's exactly what I was looking at, which is we've got these vacancies, and if there's a way to attract people over here to fill these for the rest of the year, then, and there's money available to do that, because, you know, you talk to so many of our sped teachers now, and they're drowning, and they just want help, and they just want another person there with them, you know, helping them out. It's super important. The top part, though, it doesn't help recruit people in if they're already here and on contract, and then we go back and give them a bonus afterwards. Like, the whole point of the bottom part is offer something to get them to come over, right? But like Mr. Macias was talking about with retention too, is, and people are supply and demand economics, right? Like, it is, if there is a shortage of a specific something, you have to do something more to get more of that something from everybody else type thing. And the other problem we're facing is the attrition throughout the year of our special education teachers and paras. And they're dropping, they're leaving and they're gone. So for that top portion, that 99,000, I'm wondering what that could be reconfigured to look like as some sort of, because Title II can be recruit and retain, right? In order to get all the ones we do have here, we just need them all to stay till June, or to May, right? We need everybody to hang in there. We're gonna work on getting you some more people, and we just need you to stay. Don't abandon us now, type thing. So could that be turned into a much smaller, I mean, because obviously we're talking about a lot more people, if we're talking about all of our sped teachers and paras. Could that be turned into a much smaller retention incentive to try and keep all the people than we currently have, just to get them to stay through the end of the year, and then next year's budget we'll figure out how we can do it differently from the beginning? Like, could this be like a $250 or $500 retention for all of our existing people that stayed through the end of the school year for sped?
I would, just to err on the side of caution, email TEA and get confirmation from them as far as using Title II for retention, not recruitment.
Because it was our understanding that it was a recruitment.
Yes, but again, if that is the will of the board, we most certainly can bring back something for January, as I heard earlier, and look into that. But for now.
Because I'd love to approve the bottom portion of it to get that in place so they can start recruiting type thing. Could we do that, go with the bottom portion, and then kind of revisit that top portion and just see what maybe some other options that are allowable, what that might look like? Could we table a portion of it?
We could, but I don't know what the retention portion would look like with the top portion if you include all of the people in the district. So is Ms. Richardson here or Ms. Armstead? Because I'm looking for an amount of people dividing up that amount of money. What does that look like in terms of retention?
Right, I would, correct. So number one.
Yeah, I don't want, we don't have that solution set existing in the room right now to be able to figure out what could be possible.
Understood. We could go with the bottom half, and then we can come back with the top half later. We do not have to go with the top half. We can get back with TEA and see if that's something that could be used in a different way.
If that would be acceptable, yes, only because we're also just using the Title II carryover. So what we've set aside and planned for Title II, we're not even touching that. We're just touching the portion of the carryover funds that weren't spent last year. And so, to your point, Dr. Fields,
I want to be clear, I don't want to use anything other than the Title II, because there's so many different, you know what I'm saying, groups out there that we could give retentions to that we may not have, that I don't want to jump on.
Yeah,
So-
and those guys are already here, so I feel like if we just delay that till January, they're already here.
Understood.
Versus, I don't want to hamstring HR's ability
To
to
recruit
go out and
now.
use this and post this as an advertising for the bottom portion.
Makes
I don't
perfect
want to hold that up.
I just got confirmation from Jody Burton, who oversees federal programs, that she's pretty certain TA is going to say that it's supplanting because we already provide from our local funds retention stipends. So for the
You
way
can't
title
use the
funds
title funds
work,
to do
is it
something you were
correct?
doing with
If
the-
we're already
Oh, but we don't have
providing
any
it.
retention in retention for teachers
We
this
just
year.
gave out the
They got none?
500 for
No,
the,
teachers didn't get any of it.
No, ma'am, the
Understood.
stipends that we currently give our bilingual and sped teachers are technically.
Stipends or incentives, two different things.
Well, we
Did
give,
Jody
we
say
give stipends.
incentives?
Ma'am, we give
Either way,
stipends.
we would want to go back and confirm with all.
We most certainly can confirm, but after here.
again,
we'll
we're going to
back.
go back and call and find out.
Yes,
Right
sir.
now, we have, if you guys amend it, we would have the authority to use this as a recruiting mechanism to get more help in those two areas where we need them.
Yeah,
So
and
that's
maybe
what we
there's
need.
some way, like a renewal thing, so everybody we do have, getting them to renew for next year. Maybe there's a recruiting or retention type, hey, everybody who signs up to come back next year, there's something that is also, did those expire the end of June? With our fiscal year, the
September?
carryovers?
September usually.
Oh, September, oh, okay. Oh, so it could be used next fall, too. Oh, so anything if we don't use that top 99, or we figure out we can't use it for something like that, then that 99 could, in theory, be used in July and August when we're recruiting for vacancies, maybe? Again, you don't
Correct.
have to have answers to any of this right now.
And again, what we're
Just
going to do is we're going to amend it for the second half, gives us an opportunity to go out and recruit. We'll have more specifics on the top half and what we can do as we come back next month.
Mr. Salinas?
Several questions. Do our dyslexia employees fall under special ed?
Dyslexia,
Yes.
does it fall currently under
Special
special
ed,
ed?
dyslexia falls under special ed now.
Yes, but
Yes.
do our cults fall under that as well?
That I cannot answer about the cost, but I do know that dyslexia is now under.
Special ed.
Special ed,
The
yes.
program is definitely under special ed, yes.
But I can't talk about the cost. for the
We heard from a lot of employees that are spending a lot of their own money to get more certification. Well, they're working for us, and I think maybe we need to bring an item in January to see how we can help those employees, because they're still getting certified, but it's coming out of their pocket. And I don't think that should be the case. I wish the ones that were here were still here, so they know that we're not going to forget them. If I need to put an item for January to discuss that, what can we do for our dyslexia people? That they're spending their own money. And they're our employees, and if we're not careful, they're not going to be our employees, because there's a lot of districts looking for good employees like the ones that were here this evening. So we need to do something. Thank you, that's all I have.
Yes.
Ms. Faulkner?
Most of my questions were answered, and I agree, we could go along with the incentive for hiring for the vacancies. But I do want to address, and I do think that I was going to ask about the stipend review, but you already answered that. I think we can tag the dyslexia teachers onto the possible stipend review, or looking at the pay scale and changing, where they
As opposed
fall
to
on
doing
the
something
pay
right
scale.
now.
But as far as paying for certification, sir, I can't tell you how many of I paid for all my certifications, all of them. And, I mean, it's,
Well, do we require that?
I mean, I was required.
Sorry, but do we require them to be
Even
certified?
If you want the job, you have to be certified.
Yes,
And
I understand that.
You have-
But we also require them to get further certifications. So I think maybe we can look into it to make sure that they're not spending their own money, that maybe we could help some.
I'm voicing my opinion that
Yes.
we're opening a can of worms, because adaptive PE teachers have to be SPED certified in order to get the job. They have to keep their certification, and everybody who's not as maybe old as me and Suzanne have to get their recertification every 5 years. Or if you have a national certification, it's every 7 years. And it comes out of your pocket if you want to keep teaching. So, I mean, I just want us to be careful about opening that can of worms up. It is a lot.
And so what I would say is that they asked for us to look at this for next year. And I think during budget might be the better time
Okay.
to do that, rather than try to jump in and try to do something in the middle of the year, if that's
No, that's
amenable.
fine, that's fine. As long as we're gonna look
Sure.
for that. Thank you.
All right, is that everybody? Okay. So the motion will be to approve a one-time sign-on incentive for special ed and bilingual teachers and paraprofessional new hires after January
Correct.
for the 2024-2025 school year, with the amounts as indicated in board book.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that clear enough?
Yes, ma'am.
I get it? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Go ahead and vote, please. Ms. Ryan? Didn't- Ms. Eaton, would you vote, please? We're voting on the stipend. The second one? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, these little buttons don't work this all the time. Motion passes 7-0. I'm going to ask that we move item 7 till after we come out of closed session, because we do have an attorney waiting. And so at this time, then, we will adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. 8A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Could we not have a side conversation, please? Discussing personnel, the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Number 1, Jecka Principal. Number 2, Selma Elementary School Principal. Number 3 has been pulled by administration. Item 8B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, attorney consultation regarding potential legal issues related to district procurement practices. C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussion regarding intruder detection, security audit, and security devices. Item D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. And E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.074, consultation with legal counsel regarding legal issues and discussion related to legal proceedings against a trustee. The time is now 9:42 p.m. All right, let's come back into order, please. The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 11:23. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Item 9A, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, including JECA principal and Selma Elementary School principal. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the personnel report and updates to include the recommendations for the JECA principal and the Selma Elementary School principal.
Madam President, I have a comment before we vote, please. Are you okay? Go. It has nothing to do with any of the people's names on the list, but I am going to vote no on the personnel report over one position that is on there. We gave some guidance of going 1 to 23 at our middle schools, and one of the positions is to backfill a school where the ratios in that department are 1 to 13 right now. And we just don't, in a time where we're trying to find all the little pennies that are out there and type things. And so if the 5 remaining teachers will still keep that campus well under a 1 to 23 middle school ratio, I just can't support hiring another FTE on top of that at this time. So I'm sure the person is an amazing person and will serve somewhere, but I just can't support an FTE in that slot at this time. Kirby Middle School Social Studies.
Let's go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. No action on item 9B. Item 9C, consider and take possible action related to legal proceedings regarding a trustee. Is there a motion?
I have a comment to make, ma'am.
Hearing no motion, we'll move on.
Madam President, can we have discussion?
The item would die, it's not been seconded.
There's no motion on the floor to discuss.
Point of personal privilege.
Oh, sure, why not?
This has been something pretty widely disseminated, so I feel like I can't not say anything at this point. We are a restorative justice district, and there are some important tenets of restorative justice we teach our students. One aspect of that is how crime is not just about one person who did something wrong. It's about the impact on the whole community and the damage it does to the relationships. Restorative practices seek to repair the harm done and rebuild relationships in the community. A second aspect is about someone taking accountability by accepting responsibility and then acting to repair the harm done. If this is what we are teaching and expecting from our students, then it's imperative that they see the adults following the same expectations, especially adults elected to office who the community hold to a higher standard of conduct. I was looking up some statistics, and driving while intoxicated is a problem plaguing the San Antonio area. In 2023, San Antonio had almost 1,600 alcohol-related vehicle crashes that resulted in 31 fatalities and 86 people with serious injuries. The devastating impacts of drunk driving have resulted in an escalation of the laws and punishments associated with this, including crimes such as enhanced DWI, meaning a blood alcohol content of double the legal limit, and has made it a Class A misdemeanor. The roads in our community are filled with students, families, neighbors, and friends all day and all night. And whether it is a student driving home from their after-school jobs or soccer moms like me driving home at 10 p.m. on a Friday night after an away game, our community has the right to feel safe on our roads. I know the rest of my colleagues do not want to take any action tonight, and honestly, I don't even have enough information yet to even make a recommendation on the actions. So I didn't want to not say anything about the current status of things in the city of San Antonio and at least what my expectations are and the ones I hold for myself. And so I think there will be more to follow on this action item once more information becomes available. Thank you, Madam President.
Ms. Stanford?
Okay, just to be clear for the community, there's been no finding of guilty in this case, so it would be preemptive of the board to take any action. I don't even feel proper to make a comment into something that has not been legally completed. So it's, right now, it's not even an issue that we could speak into. There's not been a guilty finding.
Thank you. Are there any updates on board training conferences, events that we want to talk about? Anybody have something burning? Ms. Stanford?
I have to say, the entertainment at the Wobble Gobble was amazing. The kids, I mean, all those many, many performers that came through, just kudos. It was beautiful.
Ms. Faulkner?
City of Kirby did their first tree lighting ever, and we had Kirby Middle School Band and Choir there. It was amazing. All the parents were there. And we are having the Santa Parade on Sunday in our city. I did manage in the thunderstorm to make it to the Wagner Band bake sale. I cleaned house because nobody else was there, because it was thundering and lightning. But I also made it that same day to the Christmas market sponsored by the Judson FFA. So, yeah, if y'all want to see Santa, he'll be in Kirby this Sunday.
You got the time?
We start at 5. We start at 5.
Anyone else? Something to share? Ms. Ryan?
Just something personal for me. Next month is School Board Appreciation Month. Last year, that was my first one of those, and the back wall already was overwhelming. Just a personal request from me, please do not fill the front of my dais with a bunch of gifts. I am a military selfless service person, and it is too overwhelmingly to see all of those things there from our staff. If you could please bring a book that I could sign and then bring back to your school to donate to your library, that would be so much more meaningful to me. So please don't do to me what you did last year. I loved it and I appreciate it, but that's not who I am. I'd rather give something back to you guys. So please just bring a book next month, and please don't bring me anything else. Thank you.
All right. With no further, oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Macias, I didn't realize. Sure.
So the board member roles and responsibilities, we wanted to talk about this in closed session, but some of my concerns were centered strictly on Monica Ryan. She asked that we have this in public, which, hey, I'm transparent. I'm not going to hide what my comments are in closed session are in public. So some of the concerns that obviously I've been seeing from Ms. Ryan and her post on Facebook, and the fact that they're heavily negative and very skewed, they are deliberately leaving information out that shows the whole picture. And Ms. Ryan, when you do that, you're creating division. And I want that to be on record, that this is a very divisive rhetoric that you're putting out there under the guise of transparency. And the other part of it is it's very targeted. It's very targeted to our administration. It's not even trying to say something positive. Now, mind you, there's a lot that we need to work through, and I get that. We have a lot of work to support our teachers, our employees, our paras, the whole thing. But you taking attack on this district as a sitting trustee, you talk about values and all this stuff, your values seem to be quite tilted negative. And again, I told you I didn't have anything to hold back. I'll put this out on social media. I'll say it here. But you have deliberately and intentionally tried to put information out to make the district look bad. And you're going to say there, no, I'm just telling the truth. But remember, half the truth is not the truth. It's a lie. So if you're going to say the truth, talk about, like your last post, administrative salaries or whatever, but you failed to ever say anything about teacher salaries and how competitive we are in that area. We could be better in Ms. McKinney's area because we're still not as strong, but 6 to 10, 0 to 5, we're rocking and rolling. The thing is, you tend to pick and choose what data. So you didn't point out Region 20 data. our neighboring districts. When we're doing salary assessments, we're looking at what East Central is doing, Shirt Cibolo is doing. Again, it seems very skewed, and it's just ongoing. I had never intended to post as many reels as I've had to respond to your stuff. Imagine if you didn't post, I wouldn't post. It would be totally different, and we'd have a very different message. So it's been going on so long that I just can't continue to use social media. You've talked about the district having 90,000 people you supposedly represent. How many of them are on Facebook? So when you put your stuff out there, and I want to say crap, but when you put your stuff out there, only a small segment of your fans are looking at it. The whole community is not. They look at board meetings. They look at media reports. They talk to people. It's just really, it's really depressing. And so I will also say, too, for the record, that your ambition to recruit people to run for office and your continuous insistence that this board will change by June is, again, another indicator that you're not a team player. That's why you're on the 6-1 every time, because you don't know how to be a team player. I've been very rebellious. My community knows I've asked a lot of questions, but you know the big difference between you and I built consensus. You don't build consensus. You want to get rid of everyone on the board so you could supposedly have friends. So I need to be very candid with our community, and I will be candid, and you're over there smiling, but just wait. I will continue to be candid because what you're doing is harming our district, and you're trying to create this atmosphere. Maybe that's the whole goal. You want to create this chaotic scene so that people might want to run for office. And if that's your goal, then you're trying to do a good job about it. But the thing is, I think our community is smart enough to see through those things. So I have no other thing that I can say. We've asked you repeatedly to calm your demeanor on Facebook. We've asked you repeatedly to be more truthful about everything and not just share your opinion. But you're not going to stop. So I have to be more vocal, and I will be more vocal on social media about my concerns about your behavior. And I'm not alone. So if you think it's just me, no, I promise you, it's collectively a lot of people in this community. So just take into account what you're doing and try to be better. I mean, there's really nothing more I can say. Try to be better.
All right, then. With no further matters at hand, the time is 11:35, and we are adjourned.